memory stick is probably bad, or both of them are, and I have to replace it. So I just ordered it, coming today, replacing it tonight. Anyway, hi. What's up, guys? I was saying, what's up, Notch? And Aaron's here, Calix, Cadence. I'm really happy you're here. That's why I was put back the imagery again so you guys could see that. I was talking about how I took this in California, and it was this ridiculously beautiful area, and that it was this area that I'm not going to disclose, only because it's just, one of the, if I know you and we're talking privately, I definitely will. But you can see it's on the ocean, but there's just like nobody out there. And it, like, I was talking, it kind of almost felt I was in another dimension, which I've had a few of those experiences. And so it's, this footage just was really, like, when I was able to look at it later, it really did actually capture a bit of like how ridiculously beautiful it was, and sort of, like, you can see dreamy. So anyway, I was laughing though because Calix says early bird gets the worm of knowledge, and then Aaron goes into the story about having to go into Zen mode because he got himself in a very claustrophobic situation, and I was like laughing because it's like, did Calix comment stir up a little bit of PTSD from that moment for you? All right. Hey, boy, I'm really glad you're here. I really appreciate it, you guys. And look within. What's up? So what I was saying is I'm definitely opening up the panel today, and Realist McCoy. And we're going to watch the footage that I got a strike on. So that was like over a week ago now. And I think what's going to happen is Shem and I are going to be continuing this discussion because there's just way too much information we keep running into. But I thought we could play a little bit of it, and then I'll have you guys pop on. So let me just start off the footage so you kind of get an idea where we go with some of it. And then I'll pop in the link, and then we'll pause and talk about it along the way. But just so you guys know, the reason I got the strike was because I put Zeitgeist full screen and didn't have like anything else up. But I'm finding out now they're getting really stringent because I was playing some other footage while we were talking in the background, and it messed it up. So I look within, I messed up. I was like kind of freaking out in the moment to try to get we were trying to get the stream to come back up, because I know once you stop playing the footage that they'll allow it, and that everybody was like, hey, just hit the, just clear it or whatever. And so I was like trying to go into the strike thing, and I was a little click happy and just trying to click through it, which is my stupidity. Yep. You guys, I make smarter choices than that. Okay. And more or less, I appealed it incorrectly. Like I didn't delete the end of it. And then I tried to find a way to contact somebody to say, hey, like, I made a mistake. Is there any way I can go back in, or that you can consider this? I didn't mean to appeal it without, removing that portion of it, and da 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 da. So that's why I'm replaying it today, and thought we could have fun with this. I think, like I said, we're going to try to put this together too in a little bit more of a formal documentary with like really good footage and pictures and everything with it. But in the meantime, we've been breaking it down live to sort of try to figure it out, I think, ourselves, because it just, like I said, it just keeps unraveling. I kept telling that when we were going to do the first episode, I was like, I just keep finding more stuff and it just keeps adding on, and I just need to stop so we can get to something. But my favorite part about this is that Shem's like, I didn't prepare for this. Like, I don't really have like that much stuff, and I'm not actually fully done. I gotta, he was like trying to finish it real quick right before we started. Well, then all of a sudden he's like doing his presentation, and you'll see it's just amazing. He's got a lot of really good stuff. And of course, that's partly why I want to do an open panel. If you guys have additional information to add to this, I know Shem would probably appreciate that as well. And so looking forward to hearing if anybody does, or just even if you're fascinated by the subjects in general, or if you've heard it all before. Yay. You love that. Yeah. So Look Within says, I got my first episode taken down just because my co-host called people who took the Kool-Aid sad bastards. Oh, that's lame. And I even showed compassion after. That's really lame. Just because I know like you wouldn't have like called those people and it was their guest. Do you have that disclaimer that the people in uh it doesn't matter when because I know that they are very strict on what you can say and can't say. And then you've been shadow banned since episode 1. Well, I just found out I was gonna go on Smoking and G Sharp's episode last night, and my schedule got whacked out, so I didn't get down here in great time anyway. But I'm like thinking, I'm like, oh, it doesn't look like she went live. And then I go to look and I've been unsubbed. So you guys should all like if you're thinking, "Oh, I haven't seen a video from this person in a little bit," go check. But my fucked up thing is that it's happening a lot. Like Bex, it happened twice in the same week. And then I had just checked Smoking a G Sharp channel not that long ago. That made no sense that I was unsubbed all of a sudden. So and I can't depend. She was like even saying you can't depend on it. Like I just needed to should have gone and looked, what but part of that was my schedule got effed up. So anyway, I do plan to go over there. If you guys ever want to catch me over there at some point, I'm gonna go to one of her lives. All right? All right. Sorry. You liked my frolfing shorts. You frolf? That's awesome. Heard it all before. I know you have, boy. I know you have. So perfect. Let's play a little bit of this, and then I'll open up the panel. So let's give it at least a little bit of time. I think my presentation is probably one thing is have you heard, boy, the connection potentially of the phoenix representing the because they had the double-headed phoenix, which is and I'm assuming then you've seen it in the other cultures, the double-headed gods, but that the phoenix is also considered the morning star, but that the phoenix in Freemasonry is, which is what they did. They took it as a double-headed eagle, but is like a symbol of brotherhood, which connects to the mystery schools of Egypt. And he's probably gonna be like, "Yep, yep, yep, yep." Oh wait, did I get to tell me more? Yes. Can't see it, but I'm doing that. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling the best, so I decided I didn't really want to be on camera today. I hope you guys all understand. I usually am, and I will be on the next one, and maybe even later today. But I just woke up this morning and I was like my head, and you can kind of hear it. And if you watched me last night at Cage, I started like getting real tired. I need to sleep a little better. I was like staying up a little late. Don't know what's going on, guys. Making weird choices sometimes. I'm just kidding. I feel fine. I'm fine. You're fine. Nobody's sick. Okay? Love you. Let me know if you guys can hear this. I can't hear it. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I can't hear it because I think I was. Nope.
What's going on?
Oh, yep, I'm muted. That's right. I was muted in the beginning again. So
Can't hear you. Welcome. We'll be talking about the double-headed eagle symbolism that we see throughout history today. As soon as Sarah gets her microphone up and going.
it really helps when you add the mic that you're going to talk on. That's like really crucial to the operation. So,
What's going on, McMac?
Hey guys, what's up, Rebecca? What's up, Old World McMac and Mr. Super Sidewinder? I realize I think I call you Mr. Spider all the time because when I read your name, I read Spider in there. I just realized that Mr. Super Sidewinder was in here, and I don't know if I actually said hi to him. Did I say hi to him, guys? Or did I say hi to him when I was muted? I just realized that because I said it on here. I could have sworn I saw him. So anyway, what's up, man? All right. I'm going to skip through this because you don't need to hear me replay saying hi to people. And, oh yeah, he gets into it, I think, initially. We were able to like get into it. I'm watching. Let them go out and I will be right back. But that there's just a really deep
over through Alaska. Mostly they said they were doing it for Yeah, so last time we kind of just covered the Russian connection to America coming over through Alaska. Mostly, they said they were doing it for the purpose of fur trade, and she mentioned that they had also seen the double-headed eagle or down in Hawaii, which I found fascinating. Hopefully, we can look more into that in the future. But yeah, so this double-headed eagle is seen all throughout history, all the way back to Samaria. Uh, this one specifically is from Iran, dated 3,000 years ago. And as you can see, this one kind of looks more similar to the Native American depictions that you see, especially in the Western United States. You see that same type of. Let me turn this camera off so I can scroll back real quick. In North America, especially in the West, you'll see a lot of depictions of this first eagle here, which I have some more photos later in the video. But this one's in Iran, so the connection between Iran and North America is fascinating. And this next one is in Anatolia, at one of the tepe sites. Oh no, this is at Alakahoya, the Sphinx Gate, and another old one. So this is from the Byzantine Empire during the Paleologos dynasty from 1261 to 1453. Oddly enough, that aligns with the time period of the Mongolian Empire, or the soon-to-be Yuan dynasty of China. So keep that in mind for later on in the presentation. Also notice you have a prototype swastika in the middle of it. But the double-headed eagle apparently, according to mainstream history, disappeared for centuries before being revived by the Paleologos during the Byzantine Empire, but that's not necessarily true, as we'll find out very soon. So right here, I just wanted to make a comparison between the left is the Roman Empire at its peak, and the right is allegedly the Mongolian Empire, or the Yuan dynasty, or the Russian horde, or the Tartars at its peak. And keep in mind, this is not even a full depiction of it, because some sources say that they made it into further down into India a little bit, and then some more of Europe. Some sources like Anatoly Fomenko even claim that they conquered all of Europe at one point. There's going to be a couple more maps we're going to look at showing the Mongolian Empire. So this is 1279. As you can see here, we're getting up into Anatolia right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse or not, but if you can't, if you look all the way to the left under the red, you'll see Crimea. Go straight south of that. That's Anatolia. Right across that little strait is Constantinople, which is a key city known as Tsargrad. And then up next, we just have another map. Sorry, I can't really scroll. My computer is very slow.
It's all right, doing so good, yeah.
So this one's actually labeled a little better. So Constantinople, you can see here. There's Kiev, which is Ukraine. Novgorod, which is like a Russian city. It doesn't really include much of Russia like the way it should. And then you can see that even down into the Levant area, they were in there. And I would debate that they definitely made their way into the Levant and Arabia. But what's fascinating about the Mongolian Empire that you don't really learn about in mainstream history is that they were responsible for building not only Beijing, China, the Forbidden City with its amazing architecture and multi-layered fort city, they also built Moscow, Russia. So,
and then the connection where the Russian American company did actually have operations with the fur trade into the Beijing and down that like coastline.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And this does connect to America eventually. We're just doing a history of who these people are before we get into it. But we're going to get back to Sarah's slideshow in a second. I'll just give a brief introduction. And there's a couple more Mongolian maps. And then we'll get into the double-headed eagle slideshow and then come back to this presentation. Okay, so they try to separate this Mongolian Confederation, or Mongolian is not even a good word for it, but for that era of history, we have to go with Mongolian. It's more, you can more think of them as like a confederation of multi-ethnic peoples who were led by a group of people more than likely called the Indo-Europeans or the Aryans. but they're a multi-ethnic civilization because they interbred with those people, which is why you have the mythology of the half gods, half humans in all these places around the world. So why I'm bringing that up is because this giant word you see right here, Xiongnu Kane, aka Hyunsingnu, this is one of the earliest forms of this confederation that I'm referring to. Although the Scythians and the Sarmatian tribes just to the west over here are also a part of it, as well as more than likely Parthia and this Bactrian kingdom. They're more than likely all connected, but they try to divide it up just like they do up until modern times, because this existed for much longer than what we're led to believe. That's how it ties into the American-Russian thing. But anyways, the Xiongnu Khanate, they came after the Proto-Huns. They're responsible for, they're blamed like the reason why they built the Great Wall of China. So this was already the same people. These people, their leader was called the Xiongnu, and that eventually evolved into the word Khan or Tsar or Caesar. They're all the same word. But yeah, this was one of the earlier versions of the empire, but that we have record of. So if you want to find out where the Mongolians or the Tartars came from, you can start here. And if you want to go back further, look up Proto-Huns. Oh, no, I'm sorry. One more thing about this map. You see right at the very top of the key right here, this is one of the most fascinating things that I'm going to look into in the near future, because I just found out about it. But right here, it says Marseille, Greek colony. So what is Marseille? It's a city in France, and that's where they had this fascinating World's Fair that, if you look at the pictures of this place, it's insane. They had like a full reproduction of Angkor Wat there, like all this crazy stuff. It's just insane. Why am I bringing that up? Because I'm speculating that the World Fairs were a leftover of this worldwide civilization, because they had the capabilities of building things like Moscow, Russia, and Beijing, China. Why would they not be able to build the same type of buildings in America if they made their way over there? But Marseille is another World's Fair, and I'm going to look into that in the future, because I just found out that this was a Greek colony, that, and Greek is another term for these Tartars.
Fascinating.
So let's continue. I think there's one more map, and then we'll get back to the other presentation. We'll come back to this one later on. Okay, so just real quick before we do move on, I just wanted to show that some people use the excuse that Tatar and Tartar are two different things, but they're not. The Tatars, sometimes referred to as Tartars, is an umbrella term for different Turkic ethnic groups bearing the name Tatar. Are Tartars Turkic? Tartar, also spelled Tartar, any member of several Turkic-speaking peoples. Why is that Turkic-speaking peoples part important? Because there's a linguistic study done by a bunch of professors around the world a few years ago that said that the Turkic language is related to Mongolian, Japanese, Koreanic, and Tungusic. I did a video about this on my channel, and you can see the study there. I don't have it in this presentation, I apologize, but it's fascinating because all these people are related, and I actually am going to go into eventually how Japan ties into this. And you can see that in all of their religions, all their mythologies, and even as far as like the pagodas and everything go, they have these same customs all around that entire area. They were definitely connected. And this Volga River thing is interesting as well, because the Volga Germans, this shows that there's a connection with the Germanic tribes for later on. Let's make sure there's nothing else, and then we'll move on. Okay, so yeah, this is just the dispersion of Tartars in 2010, where they live in modern Russia. There's a fascinating channel called Eli from Russia. She's just some girl that makes videos. She's not talking about history, but she travels around Russia, and she is a Tartar. She has red hair and blue eyes, or green eyes, I believe, light eyes. And
oh, interesting.
So she goes to these different places, and she sometimes goes to like Tartar festivals and just travels around and shows you all these fascinating things. I suggest checking her out to just see what Russia actually looks like today, because it looks way different than what you would imagine as far as ethnicity goes. But yeah, we'll come back to this presentation after Sarah's section, because there's a lot more to it, and I want to talk about some of the stuff that you were talking about too before you had to take.
All right, I think that was a good way to start it, because again, trying to get at that, he's done that pretty extensive research and just trying to show the migration route, which, I mean, is funny, right, everyone? I think it was Aaron, you said it, or I guess when I first read this, I saw Khan, because that is obviously in there, but all I can think of is, how we were told that we're all like descendants of Khan. And obviously that's not exactly how it works. But regardless, I'm going to open up the panel and encourage you guys to come on. We can just chat some of this through. We can take breaks and listen to it for a little bit. My next section, and I can actually just play it in silence, really, is just like going through the dates and the history of like potentially where it started, and that's where I got into the it starting in ancient Egypt and the depictions in India, and then I've since tried to do some more research, on the whole double-headed gods concept. Um, so yeah, Aaron says the Tartarians are the Khazarians that run the world, in my opinion. Kings without a country almost feels like Lord of the Rings when you say that. In my opinion, the elites today and who the Elohim left behind to rule us after they began intervening maybe with humans since they stopped producing females, in my opinion, which is something that Bax gets into a lot in the androgyne thing. That's like, we feel like a huge part of this, because this is that whole when did the polarity start? And I feel like our double-headed god symbology does have something to do with that. So, word. And I'll play a little bit more until somebody pops on. We'll just do that right now. Thank you guys for being here. This is kind of a nice morning. I'm just in a more relaxed state. My drainage is going into activation mode, so I'm feeling a little better even at the moment. Probably
The dog out.
Sorry. And it kind of like changed our whole plan for our presentation, but I'm actually really glad, because that was sort of like a precursor, because I don't get to touch on the ancient, obviously, a little bit. I was trying to like, you said the Ural Mountains, and I think I'm going to backtrack on where I was going to go with this, but I thought that they ran, and it doesn't appear, it appears they ran north to south. I thought they ran east to west. And that got me all excited, because there's these like it's kind of well known that these mountains in, I could have sworn it was the Ural. This is kind of driving me nuts now. They run east to west, and so do the mountains in Utah. And there's like a lore because of all the ancient potential, statues and artifacts that have been found in that area, that there's like some connection. And you saying this with Tartar just made me go, oh my God, like, is that? But now that I'm looking at this map, that's not
Well, there very well could be, though, because they change the names of these areas so often just to mess with history. Like, for example, the Ural Mountains weren't even called the Ural Mountains until, after Pugachev's rebellion, which some people say was the end of centralized Tartary.
Well, so this will be good. We could actually do this as another episode then, because I can find out, and I'm actually looking at this map. I think I might have found them, and they're east of the Ural Mountains, this other set of mountain ranges. So I'll look into that. And I mean, obviously that's also our plans for future shows, because really show is kind of mainly like to try to expose the connection with the Americas. And the potential that there was an ancient culture in this country, and that it may be or there's evidence, obviously, that we've already found, but that it originated in that Utah and Grand Canyon area. So that's kind of exciting.
And another main focus of this presentation is just to show the connection of the double-headed eagle and to discuss some of its symbology and what it could potentially mean. And keep in mind, we're not experts, and we're not saying any of this is 100% true. It's just speculation for fun.
Exactly. Okay, let me get this for you guys. I put together a PowerPoint presentation for you. Do you all feel pretty special about that? I think you should. But it'll be even better in the future. How do I go? I forgot. This has been how long I used to do this for the hospital. I forgot how to go full screen on this. I thought you could just right click and it let you go into slideshow mode. Slideshow mode.
It's probably good enough like that, though.
Oh, we can make it at least just a little. Or there we go. There we go. See, I think I can hide this. Yeah, let's do it like that. That's better. Welcome to Pareidolia Dreams with Shem and Ezra. I decided I'm gonna start doing cheesy, like little talking things like that. So I kind of started with some of the more ancient symbology and just trying to connect like what is. We got Notch. Hi.
Hello, hello. I wanted to stop by and say hello.
Appreciate it. Have you dived into this subject ever? I think I was telling you about this too because of the symbolism in India.
I just got here. I was in another panel and I saw that you
Oh,
had the
how
StreamYard
dare you?
shared, so I just got here. Oh, I know. I'm such a bastard. I'm sorry. But
I'm kidding.
yeah,
I'm a tease.
let's look into it. I want to hang out. I want to hang out with
Yeah,
my
yeah.
fellow Wisconsinite over
I
here.
know, it's so funny. God, that's so random. I'm starting to get this feeling like maybe we've met when we were younger too. Did you ever do any acting classes in Menominee Falls?
No, I don't think so.
That's random.
I'm a little bit older than you, I'm sure, Sarah. So I don't think we
You think
were,
you're older than me?
uh, you know. I
How old do you
think
think I
so.
am?
I'm not going to presume. I think you're in
Nope.
your early 30s or mid 30s. It might,
Nope.
if I were to guess.
I'm older than that.
Okay.
I'm closer to 40.
Really? Okay. Well, see. Okay, good. Then I've done. See, this is always a trick question, and you can never really get it right, but it's always good to undershoot, right?
Right, right. I see.
Anyways, Anyways, I'm 45, so we wouldn't I don't like if I was no, I don't think I've ever been there to Menominee Falls. I've been to Milwaukee a few times, but how far is
Yeah.
Menominee Falls north of
I feel like it's
Milwaukee? Like
almost
an
like in
hour and a
between.
half?
No, I feel like oh man, I'd have to look at a map now because I do know the Horicon Marsh is at least pushing 2 hours from where I lived. I used to drive like when I got my license. I drove out there a few times, and some of my first photography I ever did was there. Oh, I just love that place. And then like Holy Hill, isn't that pretty close to that area? It's been so long since I've looked at a map. I'm gonna pull it up. We can look at
Yeah,
it.
so I grew up in Ripon, like I mentioned, and my father was a professor there at Ripon College, which is like a private, like elite college. It's like part of like this American Christian Assembly, like group. There's Lawrence and Appleton and Cornell and all those guys. They're
Oh,
all
Apple.
associated with each other.
Oh, yeah. I used to know like.
Basically, the
Sorry, go ahead. Oh
No,
yeah.
basically, like Ripon was like half an hour away from Fond du Lac, and then Oshkosh was like half an hour from where I was, though, too. Oshkosh begosh.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna show really quick is it is like I think Menominee is almost halfway in between us, but
Oh yeah, Menominee,
Wisconsin,
Menominee, yeah, for
everybody.
sure.
So I grew up like around here, and you grew up like around over here. Wait, no.
We were not too far. No, no, no. Fond du Lac. I'm
Yeah.
southwest of Fond du Lac, right there.
Yeah, right
The
here,
Fond du
right
Lac
here.
is,
That's
yep,
that's crazy. I
southwest.
mean, consider we grew up that close to
We're
each other. Yeah, I probably didn't know
we were
you till
hour away from each other. We were hour away from each other. Like
yeah.
it's like a one
No,
and a half hour drive to Milwaukee from where I was, and one and a half hour drive to Madison. So we were not too far from each
that's
other, actually.
hilarious. This
Oh my
thinks are
gosh.
ridiculous. But Menominee's in between, I think. I'm pretty sure it's like right here. I'm
Yeah,
almost positive.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was one
Menominee.
of the places we competed against, like Menominee. Like one of the high schools there, I think.
Menominee. Oh, what do you think about
Crazy.
I think that is seriously. Talking about Wisconsin specifically and the kettle moraine. What do you think about it being potentially like a bunch of Indian mounds versus glacial drumlins.
Oh, for sure. Um, like actually, a friend of mine who I randomly met on the internet, who knew my sisters because he also grew up in Ripon. He did some like studies about Ripon and these Indian mounds.
Mm,
Ripon, according to him, had like was like a metropolis type of like a city, and then like Ripon College, like where my father worked at, actually what they done is they just built the college right on top of this huge pyramid. Yeah, and they just buried it to kind of like
really?
hide the history of that
Okay,
place.
because I'm
Yeah.
also hearing this about churches, and I'm thinking that this place real close to me here, I'm almost positive now, is a monastery built on top of an old pyramid. And it's right along a fault
Yeah, it's
line.
very possible.
I'm feeling some rumbling
Absolutely.
right now. um, as
No,
I'm
it's
talking about.
crazy. Like, because when you do this type of like research about like Tartaria and stuff, is that like yeah, there was some kind of event. They buried this, some kind of event. They bury these places, but they also wanted to hide the history of places by just like burying it and building on top of it, and then like nobody's the wiser, and the people in
Yeah,
that
and flooding
region
it
is all
out.
dispersed, and like 100 years later, nobody knows.
So that's a super good point. And one thing that I've been wanting to do a whole series on is how many reservoirs were built and then, or dams built and drowned some old town. Like, why would that happen every single time almost? That's what it feels like, I'm going to say. I mean, maybe I'm embellishing, but there's this one. I'll show you. There are fires around this too. And um, interesting area. Like, we're near Mount Hood. This is Mount Jefferson, Mount Hood. There's definitely some kind of triangulation. There's this Brighton Bush Healing Center and some interesting potential properties to that place. But Detroit specifically, this lake, this was an old town, and they like the news article came out because the water dropped a little low one year and started showing the remnants of the old town. So
That's
I don't know.
interesting because like near Ripon, Wisconsin, also there's what's this place called Green Bay. It's like one of the deepest lakes in Wisconsin, and the history of Green Bay is that it used to be like a pond, like a little thing, and then they flooded it for whatever reason, and turned it into a massive lake. So I wonder, it makes me think like, in that, because like all this stuff happened in like mid 1800s, and like during the time of quote unquote
Yeah,
Civil War, and the idea that the Civil War
time.
was actually to cover is covering for the Tartaria cover up type of thing, right?
Yeah. Um, are you for real, look within that you lived in Menominee? I require a cheese hat. That might have to become like a joke now when you're on. I might have to like ship you a cheese head and then you have to wear it when we do our shows. I'll make it
Go
like EMF
Packers.
live for you. It's not just about the Packers, man. It's about the cheese.
I mean, like Green Bay Packers is the religion of Wisconsin. Let's just be honest.
Wait, what?
Green Bay Packers, like football, is the
Yeah.
religion of Wisconsin.
Oh, for
Is the
sure. Oh my god, yeah. If okay, so if anybody like it's sort of like sacrilegious to not be a Packers fan and to not participate in football if you live there. There's a lot of pressure on
yeah,
drinking and
yeah.
football. A little bit on
So
hunting.
Sarah, are you of German and or Polish descent?
Yes. And look at this. Look within is from fucking Wisconsin from a nominee.
Oh
That
my
is
God, no way.
hysterical.
Oh man. But
This is so
like,
funny.
we gotta unite all the Wisconsinites in these streets, and bring them all over here. Anybody
and
from
check it out.
Wisconsin, we'll just have to bring them all over here, funnel them in here.
Real quick, I am gonna put a picture up just because I'm pretty sure this has to be. I hope it's not just because we were talking about it. Is this you? Look within. Hold on one second. I'll let you talk here. Sorry. Oh, what the heck? Sorry. Technical difficulties. I'm gonna bring you in and just. Is this look within?
No,
No.
I'm just not a Packers fan.
Oh,
No.
it's boy. Oh, okay, thank God. I just didn't want to see a penis. All right.
Did you just? What did you just say there? I didn't hear that. I just didn't hear that.
I'm sorry. Inappropriate.
No, since I'm not a Packers fan and I'm not from Wisconsin or Minnesota, I thought I'd just click the link. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. What do you? So I kind of want to get into why Notch asked me a little bit too about my history and the German descent, because it obviously there's a heavy influence there. But then also what's weird for me is that my mom's side of the family is supposedly Scandinavian, and then they carry the blonde hair, blue eyed traits. And that, and then I'm also really tall, which is kind of interesting to me. It might be the
A lot
cheese, though.
well, maybe it's probably the cheese, but like a lot of people from Wisconsin, actually they have German / Polish descent, like outside of Milwaukee, Madison, and maybe Green Bay, but like in rural areas, vast majority of people are of German / Polish descent. It's like 70% is like German, 30% is like Polish. That's why like you probably grew up with a lot of friends whose last name was like Ski, something something Ski. That's all Polish.
Yeah.
Yeah, the polka. You gotta go if you're in Milwaukee. You gotta go listen to the polka music.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Right? I almost forgot about that. It was everywhere when I was a kid.
Did
It
you
was our form of
did you have
mariachi. So
broad? Did you have broads growing up? I mean, like like
oh my
in
God, yeah,
Ripon we had
we still have
yeah, of
them.
course. I mean, like, where's this culture of cheese and beer? Where does that? I mean, like in Wisconsin, I think we have more microbrews than any other state. Like because we consume more beer than any other state, though, too.
Okay.
You
Also,
still
boy,
talk about
really
it
quick.
like you're there, Wisconsin. Like we still consume more beer. I like that, Nachi.
But boy, I want your opinion on this. So in Wisconsin, at the state fair, they've figured out a way to fry their beer. Can
Wow,
you figure out how?
no, I don't even believe that. Come on, come on. Like
They fry literally. They fry everything. They fry Twinkies, Oreos.
I know they fry everything, but you can't fry. I
Pickles.
mean, how do you
How do
fry?
you fry a beer? Yeah,
So it's
that's
like the
Well,
container. It's like
okay, I
they
can
use
get it.
the
I mean,
beer.
I'm a cook. I'm a cook. I can fry a beer. I mean, I can make an omelet. Okay, and I can put some beer inside of the omelet, and then put a lot of how do you say crusty substance around it, right? With some egg and corn and that stuff, and then I can fry it. But otherwise than that, you can't fry a beer. How do they
So
fry a beer?
yes, you can only because you can put it in the batter, right? So you can technically, because that's how they do fish and chips a lot of
Yeah,
times. So
yeah.
what they really have just done is they created some kind of container and made the container like fried and then poured the beer inside that. So then you drink the beer and then you eat
It
the stuff.
doesn't make it. I mean, even if you sell it to me, it doesn't sound any better. It doesn't.
I'm
No,
not trying to sell it. I've never had
I
it.
just
It's
have
so
my beer
gross.
unfried, please. Please, can I have my beer unfried, Wisconsin?
Yes,
Please.
yes, and
Okay,
you can
thank
come to
you.
Oregon where we have lots of different kinds of beer and specialize in microbrews, so you can come out here. It's a lot better. Don't get me wrong, Wisconsin's beer's not that bad, but it's a lot better out here if you're gonna have any. And
Really?
hello,
Oh, that's
Joe.
sacrilegious right there.
New Glarus, New Glarus, spotted cow. Everybody's like, "You're going to Wisconsin." Like when I first went to school and here, I went to the Art Institute, and I had these guys that are like, "You're from Wisconsin, you're going," and I was going back home. They knew I was. They're like, "Is there any way you can sneak us some New Glarus?" And that's the I think it's from Brosia or something. It's where they mix it with real fruit.
Yeah.
It's like very specialized and small batch, and so I smuggled a couple back for him.
I mean, New Glarus is probably the best beer in Wisconsin, but I went to university in Stevens Point, and we had Point beer over there. Like there was a brewery that was pretty well known. What was it? What was it called? Like Point something beer, and sometimes my friends and I would go to the brewery, and then we would get them unpasteurized. Like before they pasteurize it, we would get like a 12 case, and just buy it right there. It tastes so much better when it's unpasteurized.
Yes, definitely. But you didn't drink mass amounts of Milwaukee's Beast?
Oh my
Sorry.
God,
I know
no.
I'm gonna throw
But my
up.
friend was my friend was a big fan of High Life, and we drank a lot of that. Milwaukee High Life
Oh,
or
that's just
whatnot.
truly the champagne of beers. It really sits like a
Yes, it is the
champagne. It's
champagne
so
of.
heavy. It's gross. I'm getting grossed out now, guys. Come on. I'm just kidding. I know, Void, though you like special beers, and I mean, I am a big fan, and I'm actually going to be taking a long break here from any kind of alcohol, but I love IPAs. Oh my God, moving out here, there's
Oh
so
my
many
God.
different. Hmm.
I don't drink alcohol anymore, but like I used to love beer, and especially like the IPA, dark, old, like kind of like um, the Guinness type of beer. I never really liked the light beer so much. Like Heineken, I'm sorry to say, boy, was not one of my
No, dude,
favorite. Uh,
I'm not. I was never impressed by Heineken myself. I don't like it. So you know, I know the beers you like. They're like the rusty kind of beers. The amber beers, like the more kind of the Belgian beers are way better than the Dutch beers. That would be my case, right?
they have like thousands of varieties. Like I remember meeting some of
Yeah,
my Belgian adoptees, and they go to a bar and they're telling me that they have like a Bible thick like menu where they can
yeah,
choose from like thousands of beers. It's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. Yeah, and if anybody tells me like Heineken is the best beer or Heineken is not the best beer, I'm not impressed. Heineken is just like um, horse horse piss. It's just like it doesn't do much. But Belgian beers are really impressive, and they should have a Bible of Belgian beers. And there ought to be a Bible of Belgian beers because Belgian beers are very impressive. They are beers. They're not mass produced. They're usually produced in monasteries, and
Yep.
some of them are taken over by the conglomerate, but most of them aren't. And so, therefore, Belgian beers are one of these, how do you say, last refuges of invention, of tradition, so to say. So, yeah, yeah, that there is a thing to say about Belgian beers. Yeah.
So Sarah, what are we
Agreed.
looking at over here?
Yeah, I know. We can change the
Let's go
subject.
into it.
One really interesting thing though about beers, just to end that, is that this monastery I was talking about, that I'm pretty sure was built on top of a pyramid, was or sorry, has its own brewery, and it is Belgian in origin to some extent, or they have a lot of Belgian type because it's
Wow.
like a German brewery. I'm gonna do a whole thing on that. I have some footage already of the place, but there's like a museum I haven't gone in to look, and then I think I can go and look in some of the other buildings and the whole way the place is built and stuff. I feel like there's some kind of connection with the beer and the brewery part because I know maybe it was like Michelle Gibson or somebody else that made some connections in that way. But anyway, we are looking at, and where it just changed is this whole history of this double-headed eagle symbology. And like what I'm getting into right here in this depiction has to do with the bird, which was like the phoenix was actually the bene bird, which is what you're seeing there on the left-hand side. But this is where just different religions continued that same design setup, but they just adopted their own birds often to the South America uses the condor. Regardless, it's the whole idea that the phoenix again was the original depiction, which is what the Egyptians thought the bene bird was again, and that that is what the double-headed eagle ended up being. And they do have, and I had other depictions of that where they do have the double-headed eagle in there, or they have a double-headed god, excuse me, is what I think I do have that maybe in the next slide on this.
Like Janus, right?
Yes. And then again is like where that this is like a reoccurring theme that we just keep seeing playing over and over again. With the story as old as time is kind of what I say.
Talking about Janus, I saw this video the other day about a man with a Janus head like Janus, the deity Janus is depicted. He had a head like that, and it was actually it was actually real. And the demon, and he was born into how do you say, upper class. So he was raised in a castle. It was somewhere like late 1800s or early 1900s. Shoot me, I don't know. But the back of his head was actually a demon, and he reported to his doctors that the demon would send thoughts into his head that were like beyond describable, and he couldn't bear it, And so there's actually people that have Janus heads. Yeah. I saw a video of it the other day. I mean, you can't believe any video, but there is things like that happening. And the man actually wanted to die. The man said, "You just kill me. Please kill me, doctors. Please kill me." And these doctors keep telling him, there's nothing physically wrong with you. It's just mental. It's just a mental thing.
Well, that's challenging because I think you know how I feel about the emotions to disease connection. There's the real quick, what's showing up there is the India from the symbology, and it's still on their flag.
Yeah, for sure. And in Russia, Eastern Europe, the flag of Albania also had the double-headed eagle.
Yeah. I think Croatia too, right? I think, or Croatia, or maybe not Croatia, but Yugoslavia used to have that double-headed eagle too.
Sorry, guys, I got dogs. I'm watching dogs and house sitting, and they're like right now they're all like, and they all
You're
have different
multitasking.
You're outside. So I'm like back and forth. That's the awkward silence. That's all.
So these are slides from your own research, Sarah, or
yeah, this
where did
is
it
the
come
research
from?
that Shem and I were doing, and this is connected to this actually all stems, and I can show you some of that footage, the raw footage of this fort that I went and checked out called Fort Ross in California, because I had no idea that the Russians had land that far south. And I was on this trip. I just took this trip, actually part of the footage you're seeing, and took several days and went down part of the California coast and to some places I had never been before. And that's when I was like driving and I could see this fort from the distance, and it was it's this really big wooden structure. and it like stopped me dead in my tracks. I think I was on the freeway. Actually, I was on Highway 1 or whatever. So it was like, there's some traffic, but it was still like, whoa, what is that? And so I went and checked it out and did like a video. And then the best part was they were doing a reenactment that day. So they had all these people dressed up and like, doing certain activities and stuff. So like, they're in the way background of the footage, but it makes it look really real. It's cool.
Nice. I didn't realize that Russians were all the way to California. That's news to me. That's
Right?
interesting.
Let me
I mean, I know we bought Alaska from them and all that, but
okay, I got
I
something I'll share. Sorry, I got you get ready for this because they were also in California. Let me find me and Shem's first show and I will play this little video. Oh wait, what am I saying? I have the video. I can play. Hold on, sorry. One moment, please.
uno momento, por favor.
Oh, gracias. Okay, here it is. And let me know when I show it if the sound works, because also share tab. Share tab or screen instead. Okay, we can just show the screen. Oh shoot. Darn it. I can't wait to switch. I'm gonna switch to OBS where everything's free too, and then I'll get a really good flow with it. But all these like weird little specifics with StreamYard is weird. You have to make sure every time that you're
It's user friendly. It's user friendly.
It's so user friendly. Just kidding. All right, let's watch this real quick. This is just like kind of a cool, more visual, but it shows you kind of the 3 different areas that I'm looking at with the Russian expansion. That's it. That was just because that's like going to be the intro to the documentary. I think might switch it up a little bit, but
Wow. Yeah, like I said in the chat, impressive.
thank you.
Yeah.
So the footage of California was mine. The rest I took from elsewhere. So I did not go to Hawaii. Just FYI.
Yeah,
You
but
guys are like,
still,
wow,
I
this
mean,
woman travels.
yeah, well, no, beyond that, I mean, it's a good intro. I mean, you might indeed, like you said, you might wrench a little here and there, but that's a
Yeah.
good start. I mean, that's an impressive start. Yeah.
But then also it's like the fact that I feel like I want to do a whole documentary, maybe a new intro with it talking about the migration route. And maybe, but I just, yeah, most people just don't know that Russian aspect. And so then when you actually just start looking into it deeper and deeper, that's where everything starts to heavily connect. And there was a guy on Cage's show last night, and we did get into it a little bit, but all respect to him, just saying that he was getting into that because I know I was bringing up this idea, but sorry, my brain just spaced a little bit on these, what specific. Sorry. It's like when you look over at something and then it was like, what was I remembering? Hello, not no. This is, see, you look at the comments and then you're like, I forgot. It'll come back to me, but it just has to do with a little bit challenging the narrative. And that's, I was talking about why I wanted to do the other type of intro. Anyway, you get what I'm getting at, because that was like a huge point to this documentary that we're doing, was to show this deep connection and how far it goes.
Yeah, well, I think you did well there. It brings the message across in my best English.
Yeah.
Have
So,
sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
oh, go ahead.
No, I'm good. You go.
Go on. No, I was just gonna ask. I mean, like, because like the whole idea of this like Tartaria stuff is that there were already cities that were of existence. So this whole narrative that the Westerners came like in the 1600s or maybe even a little bit earlier, like what Columbus was like 1492 and stuff like this. That doesn't seem to fit very well. So like everything it came from the West and or the East, and then the West is all occupied like the Native Americans and stuff. But and then some of the researchers are saying that yeah, well these cities have already existed. We have maps that show like Chicago and all of these major cities that that they were already there. So like, is this part of like Tartaria, this like Russian stuff, or is
Yeah.
it something like that came after,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. That's what we're getting at, is that, or what I think Shem really feels is, and that's what his intro kind of was leading into, but that this potential that it's like the Tartarias, that's like, who are the Mongols, and they're the ones that broke off of this Holy Roman Empire, and the deep connection with the symbolism, and then they spread out across the world, is like, you can trace that. Again, they show it with their coat of arms, like where they went, but that again, that this time frame, like you're getting at, like the timeline is all whacked out. So when did they really go to South America? When were those temples really built? And the same would go for China and India. Now, India, it's like supposedly most of these temples are supposed to be newer. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, like the temples that I've been to, they say, well, these were built like 2000 BC and 1000 BC and stuff like that. But I don't buy that at all, because like there is a kind of academic kind of obfuscation of trying to spin the narrative. And what they do is either they make things actually much older than they actually are, or much younger than actually. But they don't ever they will never tell you that it was exactly when it was built. You know what I'm saying? Like just to hide
Mm-hmm.
and confusion of history. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, and I think you also are aware of this phenomenon. In the meanwhile, similar buildings, as people praise, that are built in India or in Asia, similar buildings are being built in America and are being built in my country too today by people that call themselves swamis or Mahabharata, or I'm not very familiar with all these terminologies, as you might
So
be.
you're saying they're building like temple-like structures?
Yeah, yeah,
Because I have
exactly.
seen a little bit of that. I know.
With
Yeah.
exactly the same phase and structures as you are familiar with, as you're showing in Peru, Egypt, India. They're building the same things in America at this moment. There might be like 10 or 20 buildings like that. These might be even one of the biggest temples in the world today being built in America in the last 10 years. And
They're mhm.
and they look exactly the same like the temples that were built in India or in Indonesia, or in any exotic place that you might think of. The same things are being built in America in the last 10 years by
And
swamis
this is
and people.
also where I feel like exposing, or I don't know what the likelihood of us finding something in full, like more intact, but that America's, has quite a few pyramids hidden, and some. I was just on Bernie's show a couple nights ago with this Hans, and he's talking about there's a pyramid. It's pretty well known actually now, in Oregon. I got to go look at this.
They have pyramids all over the world. They have like a huge pyramid in like China. They just buried it under. It's like I mean, and in Russia they have a bunch of pyramids. They got pyramids all over the place. People just didn't realize that they were pyramids because they're just they got trees growing on them. They got some they got grass on them and stuff like that. But they
Yeah.
look exactly like pyramids. And they got pyramids underwater near Japan, off the coast of Japan. They
Well,
found a bunch of pyramids down there.
and you were just telling me in Wisconsin that there was one that got
Yeah,
that they
Ripon.
built. Yeah, that they built the college on top of, right? So, like, how
Yeah,
often is that happening? Oh,
I think it's like kind of like the MO in a way, because like Wisconsin, right? It's like flat. It's just completely flat, right? And you got like a
yep,
bunch of cornfields and stuff like that. I like whole Wisconsin is just like flat. And then you go to Ripon and it's like flat except for where Ripon College is, and it's like a huge hill. I'm talking like the drive from the bottom to like the peak is like got to be a couple hundred meters at least. It's like it's huge. So if that was an actual pyramid, like a ziggurat like pyramid, it's massive. It's quite massive
yeah.
in scale. And
So it's making me wonder then if it's almost like what's happening right now is like with what you're getting at, boy, like because I'm starting to feel that the Americas was the oldest settlement, which is why like we have the littlest or the least amount of artifacts, or they've covered up. Like, what was Mount Rushmore? And somebody says like that was an Indian or Native American, depiction that they went over it because it, obviously trying to hide. I was gonna
Yeah,
pull up some more of this stuff here really quick.
there's so much possibilities because there's so much deceit, and we've been only fed deceit. So everything that's beyond deceit we might look at as oh, that might be it. And but I'm totally with you. It's totally on
Yeah.
it's totally on the table what you're saying there. Yeah, because the whole thing, it being located in Saudi Arabia, the whole Jesus thing, it might make more sense, to think that actually happened in America. That might actually make more sense. It does.
Yeah.
have
Hey,
you have
Michelle.
you heard about this Anatoly Fomenko guy?
No,
Yeah.
or it sounds familiar. Go ahead. Explain.
So Anatoly Fomenko was a mathematician from Moscow University, and he and this other guy, I always forget his name. It's like Nosovik or something like this. Anyway, They worked together to so they initially had a problem about chronology, and then he's a mathematician and he's like obsessed about like getting the times right. So he wrote these series of books called History, Fiction, or Science. So he explains like how our history was messed with, and most of the history that we're given were given to us by the Jesuit priests by the names of Scaliger and Petavius. Okay, and so and that all really began like around 1700s, like 1600s and 1700s. They start to bury the past of actual history, and they changed names around, they changed locations around, they changed times around. But the way he did, because he was a he did like studies in statistics, and so like what he would do is like they would create like what is called like the fingerprint of timeline. So for example, like Alexander, everybody knows, like you can't just hide Alexander the Great and then all the achievements that he did and all the places that he went. So there's kind of like, okay, he went there, he defeated this army, he went there, he built this. So these are all given a value, right? Whatever value, like on a line, and it can go up or down and stuff like this. So if those events match up with another event with different time and different name, but the event like patterns are of the same, you can be like 99% sure plus that they were actually the same event, not some other event, because things wouldn't line up exactly like that. Okay, so basically, long story short, he has concluded that about 1,000 years of history has been injected into the history that we've been taught.
That's really interesting because I talk about that one of my partners is he was Hispanic, so his family's from Mexico, but half of the family was actually from Iran, and they were a royal family that was kicked out, and they all changed their name in different variations when they came over, and so he actually found out he's related to Selma
Yeah,
Hayek.
well, that happens a lot with Iranian people. They all say that they're nuclear
Oh, those Iranians,
physicists.
sorry.
Come on, everybody that's from Iran is a nuclear physicist. Come on, and all the other people are from the royal family. Really? Come on, yeah. I want to hear more about that story, Sarah. Tell me more.
Well, I mean, it could be true. Who knows? I mean,
Yeah,
how
it
can
could
you
be. Yeah,
verify?
yeah. I love to think that too. Yeah. No,
Who
I'm
knows?
just.
Maybe there's some truth to it.
Yeah, yeah. I want to know more. That's why I say, tell me more. Tell me more.
You have to know too, it takes a lot to razz me, and that's exactly what I'm here for. I was just talking to Aaron about that earlier. Is like, and I've been calling people, I've been saying this good chaos crew, because people get so triggered easily. You really just need to take a step back and listen to what the person's saying, unless they're like straight up calling you a name. That's where I say, like, okay, you're shutting your frontal lobe might be shutting down a little bit, but otherwise, like, we should be challenging each other, and then because it's easy for somebody to be like, well, okay, I heard what you just said, but wait a second, you're not considering this, that kind of a thing. So, word. That's why I'm just showing these
Yeah.
pictures because I've been collecting this. I feel like I love looking at the synchronicities.
Yeah, I just think that there has been several like kind of reset events throughout history, and then like maybe the architecture is like the stylistic aspect of the architecture could be key to understanding like which frame they belong to, which timeline they belong to, like and it's like really like it's a puzzle, right? We're trying to figure out what has happened in the past, and who was involved, because like obviously like what we're experiencing now is that there is a kind of like a concerted effort to gaslight us about everything, like where we live, where we come from, like every aspect of like that is part of our experience of this reality is being controlled, right? And we're given another narrative that is not true. So whatever narrative that they're giving us, I'm not going to buy it. That's the first thing. It's like mainstream media. Like whatever they say, I'm not going to just buy that, right? Like I know what
Yeah,
they're lying, and I just want to know what the hell they're
gotta take
lying
the
about, right?
it's the whole thing about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You do have to, like, there's going to be parts of what is going down that's definitely true. They're definitely trying to tell you something, and you definitely, and I think, and no offense to Aaron because you said that comment about the he was a paid government agent or whatever. Don't get me wrong that that's not something to seriously consider, but I also, unless like it's, and sometimes that's hard to fully determine, but it's clearly there's MK Ultra, which is actually going to be the next episode of Pareidolia Dreams. There's a whole thing going on about mind control, which Notch, you're going to be doing some talks on. And speaking of which, I don't know if I've given you a wrench now. I'm sorry because I'm so bad at going in my own chat. But okay, I'll do
It's
that
okay.
in a minute.
It's
But
not,
I know, so
not
you can
urgent.
share,
It's not urgent.
just so if you can share the, because I asked you, I want to check it out, and then I'll try to be better and share it on the community page too. Oh, this is funny. You guys will enjoy this. I shared this with my Pareidolia team. But just because it does kind of, go into like ancient symbolism.
Pareidolia team, I love that.
Yeah, right?
Team Pareidolia.
Boy, look at this picture that I have up.
Give
You'll
us your
love it.
best. Give us your best.
It reminds me of the Holy Grail by Monty Python, right?
Oh yeah.
Watch
Yeah.
out for that the rabbit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I just thought that was hilarious. All right, I'm gonna find some more. I'd suffer you guys to shuffle through all the things I've saved on Instagram, but some of it's very irrelevant to what we're talking about right now. It's like, me and my brain stuff. Here's another fun. I'll do one more funny one for you, and then I have a decent one to show you.
Well, some people
No,
show.
and I just want to say,
yeah.
go ahead.
Some people show pieces of their brain, and some people show pieces of their insanity. So I'd rather see a piece of your brain, than other people's insanity.
Yeah. And I'm a very real and raw person, so it's gonna happen regardless.
Oh, so and now you show me this picture. Okay, yeah, that's just about it. Okay, I'm done now. Yeah,
I know. Oh, this is Shem. Was showing this, and it says depictions of the Khan. I'll go through the slides here. It's entirely possible each culture just depicts them similar to their own people. It's also possible that these are accurate depictions, especially since they are closer to the actual alleged time period the events happened in. Keep in mind, all these people were able to communicate in diplomatic relations, stretching all the way from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean in mainstream history. Also, a lot of evidence that it extended to America. Most images from the book Marco Polo by Richard Humble. Interesting. And this is partly what we've taken some of our research to is, that I think is the book, Aaron, in question. It's the Marco Polo book.
Yeah, and like this Khan is a title, like Genghis Khan as an example. It's a title. It's not necessarily a name. So it's like Genghis Khan, like which is attribute to the Mongols, and there was like this Mongol Empire, the biggest empire that that's the narrative they give us, but actually that is Tartaria, and the Mongols, or the people actually who conquered those regions. I think it is the Marco Polo researched that they were saying that from their photos, like Genghis Khan was not Mongoloid people. They're not East Asian type of people. They were white people,
Yeah.
So that goes against the narrative that's been given to us.
Yeah,
right?
and then this is the monkey in the wrench is what you're exactly saying. But Quetzalcoatl, who was he? He was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed traveler that came in.
An Aryan, like
exactly. And this reads real quick. It says, then the Tartars found their leader. In the year of the Christ's incarceration, 1187, the Tartars chose a king to reign over them, whose name in their language was Chinggis Khan, a man of great ability. I probably said that really badly. A man of great ability and wisdom, a gifted orator, and a brilliant soldier. So that's
I think
fascinating,
you
right?
actually said that quite accurate.
Oh,
Quite.
thanks.
I mean, I think I will let Chitchat be the judge of that. Genghis Khan, I think it's quite close.
Well,
that
no, I won't be the judge of that.
It's all good, guys. It's all good. By the way, if you ever say Sherry's name, you need to say it Sherry. All right? I want to hear that a little bit
Sherry.
more.
Shari, Mon Shari,
Much
Mon
respect to
Shari.
Sherry.
Oh, Sherry
Awesome.
Anolani.
Okay, so just go through. I'll just finish going through these pictures, and then we can go back to. Oh yeah, this is interesting too. This is the Tartary flag with the owl. Hey, bud, can you get up here? You should see this little dog I'm watching. It's a Chihuahua and a Yorkshire mix. He's just the cutest little potato.
Oh my gosh, that's a tiny dog.
Yeah, he is real. He's like one of the smallest dogs I've ever met. And he's trying to get up here right now, but he won't just come. You just got to come over here and I pick you up. Instead,
He
you
has
play this
no
little game
legs.
with me.
You gotta help
Yeah.
him. He has no legs. Come on.
I'm going to pick him up real quick. Yeah, so this is just I can't wait though too, and I can show you guys. I can find this video footage of this. What's tying all this is going to help tie a lot of this together. Oh, here, this is the image I want to show. I'm going to get you, bud. Hold on. Is these statues in Utah, and I'm going to try to get obviously more footage and evidence of that. But I have some decent footage of one. I just need to pull it up, but this one I really like too.
Hiperdifusión cruz escalonada. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, now I totally know what you mean in here. Yeah. You didn't hyper diffuse me there at all. No.
It's okay, bud. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry, that was loud. Woo. That is enough of that at least, and you can go
There's
back and
a
watch it.
variety of like the Tartarian flags, like like I've seen griffins used as
Oh,
a
yeah.
Tartarian flag, and obviously the double-headed eagles and stuff like this. The owl, which is also very interesting because like the owl symbology, in my personal opinion, that's like there's been some kind of an event with like the Brotherhood of the Snakes, where it's like um the
Yeah.
the very first, like like I would say like the Canaanite, like the black nobility type of individuals, they're into the black magic type of thing, and then they would be kind of like the parasites who actually took over this world over a period of time, and their main symbology is the owl, right? It's the mola, right? And why they use the owl is because it flies silently at night. It can see through the night.
Mhm.
Parliament means a group of owls, right?
Yeah.
That's why they consider wise.
Yeah. Um, well, it's interesting. There's a lot of Native American lore with owls as well.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm trying to figure out is, for me, it's like here they're showing this. It's like, where's the okay? One thing that's interesting too is when you look at the Russian America flag, they use this knight slaying. You can't barely see it in that. It's a
Michael.
knight slaying the dragon.
Michael or George?
Yep.
It's George.
So-
or Michael.
So, what I'm trying to get at is that what you're seeing with the griffin? Because isn't like a dragon also sometimes connected to a griffin, or no? Because
Yeah.
it's like right. Like I know there's some connection.
I
this
mean,
is also-
dragon.
It's also
Go ahead.
very. It makes me think of Croatia. It's the double-headed dragon is also related to Croatia and Yugoslavia very much.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's in their flag too. Still, I think. I'm not sure, but it used to be.
So there's a book called One World Titeria. I forget the guy's name, but he also was talking about how California used to be in like an island back in the day, and used to be its own nation, and there used to be a queen. It's kind of like the idea of like the Amazonians, right? It was like a female run matriarchal society, and the queen who used to live there and rule there, her name is Khalifa, right? And then she was able to control a bunch of griffins, and she would feed like the Spanish conquistadors who would come there, and then she would attack them and then feed their bodies to the griffins and stuff like that. But like it's kind of interesting because like in the Game of Thrones you have the queen who also controls dragons, right? In the same way, and I think her name is Kailashi or Kailash, Khaleesi, right?
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
similar,
yeah.
you know.
I have heard that name, but I didn't know. I mean, I think I do kind of remember that story, but I appreciate the refresher because I had disconnected it from this.
Well, and in the Chinese zodiac, they have all the animals that are that exists, except for the dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon is one of the
Okay.
Chinese zodiac.
That is kind of why I still wanted to play, but we would have to stop it like at least like a minute at a time, maybe a little more we could play. But the original Zeitgeist documentary had this like well laid out, and they do get into that really deep connection with the stars and the astrological aspect to who these people actually were, because of the way that you can break down the connect, like it's that whole died and rose 3 days later. We know that is very much the sun, right? Like
With
the
the
sun dies,
winter
right,
solstice.
every
Yeah,
year. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
And so yeah, Khaleesi's, yeah. And Khalifa. I'm sorry, just I don't know what that was about, but it's hilarious. Anyway, so uh here I am reading chat signs and then losing my train of thought. This doesn't help that I'm like not 100% this morning, but I wanted to show, I'm getting at that. I wanted to show, and I think we should potentially pull that up now, is the Zeitgeist. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it, but we can watch it again. With the whole Mitra and what's his name,
Yeah.
Horus, and the connections with all those kinds of stuff. It's largely on the work of Jordan Maxwell. Anyways, go for it.
Yeah. And I just think that is a very, like, it's overlooked. It's kind of forgotten about. It's like one of the first things some of us saw, but I'm finding out actually not everybody has seen it. And partly because they changed it, I think. Like if you go to look it up now, it's like different, right? They don't go over the first part like they did previously. And so I have one of the older versions of it. We just have to be very careful because I'm going to get in trouble. All right, this is what I got it shut down for before, but it's because I'm playing too much of it. So we might as well just like talk over most of it, or keep it like kind of muted and so just be prepared, everybody. Oh, let me make sure I'm pulled up on YouTube so that I can see if we get shut down, because then I can stop it really quick if that happens. So if that happens, don't forget to come back, because I will keep going. I just will, but it's not going to happen.
What are you gonna play?
Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist.
Okay.
Zeitgeist. Sorry.
Zeitgeist.
Boy, this is
Spirit of our time.
Zeitgeist.
As far back as 10,000 BC, history is abundant with carvings and writings reflecting.
Pissed ass accent. I was gonna say I'm from Wisconsin, but that's just rude. And Notch is very articulate and can speak well. So
Zeitgeist.
don't take it from what I'm doing here. Okay. Yeah.
You have to speed it up though to avoid the algorithm.
Oh yeah. And should I just not go full screen? I could like zoom in on the overall, but not.
Don't go full screen. Yeah, don't go full
just
screen.
Zoom in on the small screen.
Like
That's
that.
a very
There
good.
we go.
Yeah, that's very smart of you. Yeah.
And then can you not do speed on this
Gear,
one?
the gear. No, the
Thank you.
gear sign.
I just don't do this enough. Yeah, we can play this fast. Like 2
Yeah, you
speed,
can go
you
1.5.
one
No,
and a half.
1.5, 175 is 5. Yeah,
Yeah.
usually
Okay, awesome.
fine.
Thank you guys for your help.
Yeah,
Okay.
twice is too fast.
Yeah, right. Okay, let me know if you hear the sound too. I need to double check I hit it. Oops, it wasn't playing yet. Oh, okay, now you can hear it. Can you hear it? Sorry, can you guys hear it?
I don't hear it well on StreamYard for some reason, but I can go to YouTube and listen to it.
1 second. I think the audio does suck on this, to be honest. Okay, it was set up correctly. And let me just double check I have the browser volume set up. Oh, hello, old world McMac. Oh yeah, Nachikita, hello. We need to make you a moderator and not know. Okay. Sorry, I had to do moderator thing real quick. Okay, it is going to kind of cut it off, but I think it's still going to look better if we do it this way. And yeah, you're right. It's just like, as far as I can tell, I have the browser volume. Oh, wait. Here we go. That might be a little better. Let's try that. All right. And we'll do, I have CC caption on. We're gonna stop this like after a minute, and it went ahead on me again, I think, right? No, we want.
This is the sun. As far back as 10,000 BC, history is abundant with carvings and writings reflecting people's respect and adoration for this object. And it is simple to understand why, as every morning the sun will rise, bringing vision, warmth, and security, saving man from the cold, blind, predator-filled darkness of night. Without it, the cultures understood, the crops would not grow, and life on the planet would not survive. These realities made the sun the most adorned object of all time. Likewise, they were also very aware of the stars. The tracking of the stars allowed them to recognize and anticipate events which occurred over long periods of time, such as eclipses and full moons. They in turn cataloged celestial groups into what we know today as constellations. This is the cross of the zodiac, one of the oldest conceptual images in human history. It reflects the sun as it figuratively passes through the 12 major constellations over the course of a year. It also reflects the 12 months of the year, the 4 seasons, and the solstices and equinoxes. The term zodiac relates to the fact that constellations were anthropomorphized or personified as figures or animals. In other words, the early civilizations did not just follow the sun and stars, they personified them with elaborate myths involving their movements and relationships. The sun, with its life-giving and saving qualities, was personified as a representative of the unseen creator or God, God's son, the light of the world, the savior of humankind. Likewise, the 12 constellations represented places of travel for God's son, and were identified by names, usually representing elements of nature that happened during that period of time. For example, Aquarius, the water bearer, who brings the spring rains. This is Horus. He is the sun god of Egypt of around 3000 BC. He is the sun, anthropomorphized, and his life is a series of allegorical myths involving the sun's movement in the sky. From the ancient hieroglyphics in Egypt, we know much about the solar messiah. For instance, Horus, being the sun or the light, had an enemy known as Set, and Set was the personification of the darkness, or night. And, metaphorically speaking, every morning Horus would win the battle against Set, while in the evening Set would conquer Horus and send him into the underworld. It is important to note that dark versus light, or good versus evil, is one of the most ubiquitous mythological dualities ever known, and is still expressed on many levels to this day. Broadly speaking, the story of Horus is as follows. Horus was born on December 25th of the Virgin Isis Mary. His birth was accompanied by a star in the east, which, in turn, 3 kings followed to locate and adorn the newborn savior. At the age of 12, he was a prodigal child teacher. And at the age of 30, he was baptized by a figure known as Anup, and thus began his ministry. Horus had...
So let's stop it right there and give a little chatter chat. So this is like what I want to get deeper into, and why I kind of again bringing up the fact that the double-headed eagle is connected to the brotherhood symbology. And is this not, okay, this story of these 2 brothers just having this fight, and then at some point the earth, shifted. And you were talking about when Tartary too, like, it's hard because it sort of does feel like this was prior to potentially the narrative we've been given or the birth of the earth. but that there was this more matriarchal society. And they talk about this, that the tribes previously ran this way. So I feel like that's their way of saying civilizations did. They're just not acknowledging that they were intelligent civilizations. They very much depicted as like prior to this, it was all savagery, right? Until the evolution, until they got to Rome, pretty much. But truly, what was before that? How did we function? And then when did this, or potentially was there a split that occurred that erupted all this and then turned it into this narrative that's, when we continue to watch this zeitgeist, you're going to see that there's multiple deities, gods, and others who are depicted in this exact same avenue, like the Omega, the Alpha and the Omega, that whole thing.
Yeah, so like whole Enki and Enel narrative as well. It's about the brothers who had different ideas about how they wanted to uh, um, I don't know, lead humanity, right? So like I like for sure I believe that our genetics has been messed around with. There's some evidence to the fact that we were kind of engineered, right, some time ago, and so I don't know like how that is all playing out, but these stories are part of the mythology. This is part of our history actually, and then it's just the way it manifests. Just like the same way the names change, but what's in the name? It's the qualities in the name. It's the ideals behind that name. That's the thing that we have to put our attention to. It's not about Horus or Jesus or anything like that. It's like, what do they represent really?
Exactly. And real quick, I just want to say what's up, TW, Jax, Salima. Thank you for guys for coming in. I'm pretty sure you heard me say it. McMac, hello. Boy, I don't know if I've really fully heard your opinion on some of this. What do you think happened?
Um,
Heat up the espresso machine, but I'm turning up the volume to listen, just FYI.
I was still digesting what y'all were saying. So yeah, you kind of caught me there.
Come on, let's go. I'm just kidding. I'm asking you, what's your opinion on this whole duality thing? Do you think that like an event occurred, that there was like some original energy that's like explains the universe?
Yeah.
I know it's all like what the F anyway, but
Yeah, no, yeah. I think that's the best answer. But also, like it's. I think it's hardly ever. I think that the answer to any question is hardly ever. It's either this or that. It's not the answer to the question is not black or white. The answer to the question is always something way more colorful than you might expect if you ask for black or white. That would be my. And so I would like to look at this like, oh, it's black or it's white, because that's the world we are given. That's the paradigm that we are given in to think. But I mean, that's why we're here. Apparently those are not the answers, and that's mainly that's mainly the reason why we're here, to find more diverse answers than yes or no, or black or white, or alien, or or human, or I don't know. It's all on the table by now. It's yeah. So is that an answer? I don't think so, but that's all I have for
yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I love it. I do have a hard time too, because I just think that we were already the aliens, or maybe that's because I am a hybrid or something that I feel that. But because I do know that the story of the manipulation of the DNA is there. I mean, and it's shown, but it's like, what is truly DNA? And partly why, like, I even did my little feature on cosmic genes, because I was really just trying to show that epigenetics and generational trauma factor. And that is something that we can definitely say, like, we remember, if there's any truth to like past lives, that to some extent there's some remembering happening, it seems like. And then this is the other odd thing, is like also in and I know you guys know this, but just in some of you, I should say, in in lore and folklore, or what do they call that when you are you predict the future? Premonitions, right? Is that what
Yeah.
it is? No, like when
prophecies.
yeah, prophecies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And the depiction of the idea that we're going to come together, like, because we're going to start uncovering the past, because it's going to start exposing itself on the landscape. Like, we're going to start being able to see these temples and these pyramids, and then it's going to help us remember all this. And but and then that all comes into, like, we're going into the age of Aquarius and supposedly the golden age, and like, what does all that mean? So anyway, if you can't tell, I'm with you, boy. I'm like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, well, it's all
Something's
that.
happening.
I think it's all that, and but in to what extent, is it, is it the male and the female? No, it's not only the male and the female. And in what extent is it to how much male is it? How much female is it? How much good is it? How much bad? I don't know, but it's all, it's so hard to, if you start to explain it, all the fun is gone, isn't it? I mean, once you explain the joke, there's no more joke. Even though you would even though you would get the joke after you explained it, after somebody else explained the joke to you, and you would, oh, now I know what you're trying to tell me. Yeah, but now it's not funny anymore. I mean, that's not how it
Oh,
works.
I mean, the
Right.
biggest joke is played upon the humanity, and the elites
Yeah.
are certainly laughing about it. And the rest of us is like, it's like an inside joke. We want to know, like who's being laughed at, who's being made fun of. So I think
Yeah.
this whole thing is just trying to understand the nature of that joke. Yeah, maybe it will be funny. Maybe we'll find out actually we're the joke and it's not so funny, right? And maybe it's better to know than not to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, is that part of the point?
Part of the point. But what do you want? You want to know what it is all about. Well, if you know what it's all about, then you need to know there's nothing to know. How about that? I mean, is that
Right.
zen enough for you?
Okay. So you arrive to a point where you say that, well, I come to the realization that I don't need to know anything at all, right? Like, and then I guess why are we even wasting our time in these places, right?
Well, yeah. Well, because we can waste our time in these places, and that's why we so happily do. That's
Well,
why we
I don't think it's a waste of time, personally speaking, but I guess it
that's
depends
why
on the individual, right?
that's why I said that's why we so happily do waste our time. It's like, yeah,
So you
see,
derive happiness at least from wasting your time in these
yeah,
places.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
It's something that's better than nothing, right? At least we enjoy ourselves.
yeah.
But I mean, in all seriousness, I do think that we have like a genuine curiosity about like what has happened. Like, you are a flat earther, I know, boy. I don't know about Sarah, but like, we weren't always a flat earther. So we were given a narrative, like, in the indoctrination camps, right? And then for longest time of our lives that we believed in, space and twirling balls and all that kind of nonsense. And then somebody somewhere implanted this idea within us, is that the earth could be flat, or maybe
Well,
it's concave, maybe we're
no,
inside
it
some other
wasn't.
whatever. But you had to go into it a little bit, right? You had to go down that
Well,
rabbit hole to determine.
I hear what you're saying, but it's not that black and white, because the whole notion of flat Earth came on to me first time I saw the sea way beyond where I should see it. And so when I was a young boy, traveling at sea, at 12 years old, and I could see like this this tower way in the distance, and I could see the bottom of the tower. I remember saying to the rest of the crew and everybody was on, how is it possible that I can see the tower? I think the Earth is flat. So I had that notion when I was a young boy, just for the because of the how you say observation. So, but I will go with you. But when you say that, I've always gone along with the narrative, still, but it didn't come to me like when I saw Matt Powerland for the first time. It was not like, oh, that's like totally weird to me. It was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, I've seen that. And when I seen somebody say that, when somebody acknowledged me, that's when I became a flat earther. Then I started to look for evidence. Like, wow, I look out my window and I can see it's flat, and I did some calculations, and that's how I became a flat earther. Not because I watched the video, but
Well,
because
what my point is,
yeah.
yeah, and that, I mean, your journey could be different from others, and like you could have been very well been a flat earther way before anybody else, and then obviously
No, I'm not
what
trying
triggered
to
that.
say that, but yeah, I
What's
mean,
that?
there's different levels. There's different. I wasn't a flat earther when I was 12 years old, but I actually saw it. Yeah, but I was. How do you say? People will fall over you when you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat." People will fall over you, and so once somebody else says the Earth is flat, it's like, wow, yeah, it might be flat.
This might shock you a little bit, but I don't consider myself a flat earther. That doesn't mean I'm a globist, though.
Oh my God, Sarah, that's it.
I know.
Oh, yeah,
Cringy.
I'm just joking, but like my point is not about flat Earth. That
I
was
know,
just an
I know, I
example
know.
that I
It's
was
about
using.
the yeah, it's about the
So, but
construct of our narrative.
but how, if you consider yourself not a flat earther, that means that you're beyond flat Earth. So where are you now?
Flying rainbow lasagna.
Oh, that sounds so tasty.
I was at tetrahedral hologram, and now I'm at flying rainbow lasagna.
I
Okay.
mean, I like that. It has a better ring to it than flat Earth. Flat Earth just sounds very boring.
Let me see if I can. This is a real thing, by the way, Notch.
She's not even kidding.
Birds are not real, by the way, though, too. So just throwing that out there. But the devil is in the details, and I think when we
Yeah.
go through these, like basically whatever narrative, it's like again the mainstream media. They tell you something, you automatic reaction is I don't believe you, but there's some truth to what you're saying. So, like I care enough to go through and sift through what the truth is and try to segregate the lies from the truth. And I think that's kind of what the quote unquote truth movement is about, is to discern and to understand the difference between what narrative they've spawned for what purpose, because if they're lying about something, there must be a reason why they're lying about it. So we're like bunch of like monkeys that had amnesia. We don't know who we are, we don't know where we come from, we don't know anything about anything, and then they just programmed us since the beginning, indoctrinated us, and then we're like, okay, some of us are waking up to it, now what? What is it that we want to do to understand? And so this is what we're trying to, because they're not going to be the one telling you, because they're the one who lied to you, so you can't rely on them to tell you the truth either.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Sorry, I was
so
muted.
I
Yes.
yeah,
And I was trying to pull this up because I just thought you would enjoy seeing the depiction of it. If I can find it. Yeah, there's a whole YouTube site. How am I not? Oh yeah, never mind. Here, we're gonna watch this now. Switch it up. You can always go back to Zeitgeist. And just a forewarning, there's a small chance, it shouldn't happen, I'm going to knock on some wood as I say this, that I might get the blue screen of death. And so if that happens, I will be back ASAP. I'll probably pop on my phone and then have to pop back in. So just in case. You can see that, right? Yeah, I think they're kind of showing the...
Yep. Well, that's what they're showing here is what they're showing.
The map.
Here.
Sorry, go ahead.
It very much resembles the way the Russians depict the how do you call this the elements, the table of elements.
Yeah.
And this is the way the Russians depict it. It's called the Rybkov or Ripnov. And so this is pretty much like H2O, O2, everything that you can think of is depicted in this what you and I are seeing.
Yep.
So yeah, that's what I see.
And I kind of forgot about that. I mean, I know she had described it. I've never seen this diagram before. This is awesome. And then I think it will show the actual outer shape here, right? Yeah, they're getting to that. But think about that with the seed of life too. I mean, that's exactly what we're looking at. I should play the seed of life background while we're watching this.
Flower life.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is different though. Yeah. This is different though. It's
I know, but it's the shape within it. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
We can listen to it with a little music here. Oh, funky.
Yeah.
Why is that funnier with this setup? All right, I'm going to mute this. This music is obnoxious. You could do better than that.
Blasphemous, Sarah. Blasphemous.
I'm sorry. Speaking of which, let me copy that and put it in the chat. This, I think, is the woman that it was part of her, like she and some other people, and I feel like she worked with a physicist, didn't she, or something, like, or somebody who understood the quantum, and that because that's kind of how she came up with this layout, and then was able to. So she carries it around. She was on an Autodidactic show once. I'm pretty sure, right? Wasn't it Cam's show? More rave music. Oh, I thought I hit play. Sorry, here's this. One of my favorite tracks. Oh yeah, here we get into that. I feel like somebody hire me to do their music, please. Okay. These are free tracks. I'm just saying. You can get way better music. Oh, so they kind of show that end part. Like
this is the recipe to the flying rainbow lasagna. Okay. Wow.
Look at here, right? Yeah. You know, that's the shape. So what you were seeing with that very toroidal.
I think you need to find a name. I think I'm very enthusiastic about the form, but not so much the name. You know, you need to.
I don't understand why
the opposite
aggravates you.
Oh, you are the opposite.
Yeah, but look at that's the shape, the overall shape. In here, we can go back and look at the lasagna recipe.
I know how to make a lasagna. Okay, got me.
Uh-oh, why can't I click on that? Yeah-oh.
Hey, by the way, it's not lasagna, it's lasagne. You know,
Lasagne. Lasagne,
Yes,
sorry.
lasagne.
Lasagne. He says it. She tells
Lasagna,
everybody
you
lasagna.
stupid American people. Oh, but it says lasagna right in the title.
I know.
There it says lasagna.
Oh, are they a band now? Is that what's happening? They started a band? Yeah, this is the woman. She's on one of those walking treadmill things. Go you, lady.
Very active. So she's exercising and making video at the same time, you know?
That's right.
Pretty welcome, November 1st.
Whoa. Because it's way slowed down. That was kind of creepy.
2023. This is level 1, lesson 11, even though some of the lessons might be slightly mislabeled in both the YouTube and the now Vimeo showcase, that it might be listed as lesson 12. But the main point is the information that we're going over is energetic anatomy and the sun. So again, last week I did the sun's senses and the human endocannabinoid system and the commonalities between those two things, and some aspects of signaling that are not effective in both the physical human body due to malnutrition and also humans connecting with the sun due to genetic modification. But I went gloriously back into my recorded lesson from 10 years ago about energetic anatomy and the sun level 1. And let's just do the pristine. I can't though, you know I'm gonna rant. You know I'm gonna rant, so what am I gonna rant about? I'm gonna rant about the sun simulator and the levels of light that are not pristine, the non-pristine cognitive environment in terms of what you're doing when you have this rapport with the sun is divine co-creation. Okay, so welcome. And for anyone who watches these videos out of sequence and doesn't know who I am or what I'm doing, I'm walking on a treadmill down here, and my name is Aurora, and I'm a galactic walking. So for many years, as I came here in 2001, sun gazing has been a very, very normal part of my way of sustaining myself, but not the only way for me to sustain myself. The first couple of weeks that I are innately a light eater, just as I am. And that flying rainbow lasagna is the way to be able to re-access are innately a
I
light
just
eater,
wanted to
just as I
show
am.
her
And that
her thing. That's what she walks around showing.
lasagna
Try to explain the different dimensions. Can't really get a clear shot of it.
is the way to be able to re-access that innate ability or definition of self. And the more that I talk about this perspective today, the more that it should just become evident. So I still jump once per class to be able to grab my sculptures. So this is the time vortex, your chakras, the shape of time as it surrounds, interpenetrates your body, and it's a force field of possibilities and probabilities. This force field, flat out, is emanated from the sun. So this is a major portion of your own anatomy that you encompass and embody, and at the same time, it is an emanation from the sun. So literally everything that you have, from the physical cellular aspects that are the ingredients of what you are, being a container for consciousness in the physical realm, into your neurological signaling and your pure consciousness, the ephemeral and less tangible levels of self, all of that comes from, and I call it the sun, but it's really the stars as well, the entire stellar network. Those are your origins as pure consciousness and as pure energy, and those are also, and as light or information or data presence, and those are also your origins as elements, like atoms and the basic building blocks of matter. All comes from the sun and the stars. And it's not only just like it came to you from thousands of years ago and like, here's some stuff and now it's yours. You also have a real-time rapport with the sun. So you have a conscious, constant bridge between yourself as consciousness embodied as Charlie or Joyce or Petra, or whatever, insert your name here, and the sun that you see as an abstract presence. So I say this all the time. I say, spoiler alert, and the sun in the sky, there, it's you, and you become the sun. It's like, spoiler alert, that's still you. It was you, it remains you. It is you even while you are this individuated being that you are here. And also it is you, linear time language breaks down, but as you're evolving, you regain or remember or reconnect with self-state. And so, I mean, when I think about it in those terms, a huge weight is relieved because I know myself and I know my values. And I'm like, oh, I care about myself. I care about myself, just like I care about my elbow. I'm like, I don't want anything bad to happen to my elbow. So I'm gonna make sure that good things happen to me. That I'm like, wait a second, do I have something on my elbow? That's so funny. Like whatever, an insect bite or something. I didn't know that I had something on my elbow. I'm gonna take care of it later. And now I share this picture with you. All right, so let's start off with basics. Oh, let me just give you privacy over here. Basics, and then give me the annotation, yes. Basics of anatomy. So there is this place right at the center of your skull. It is where your top of your neck meets the base of your brain. So you could imagine, like, you have your vertebrae that go all the way up your spine over here from your pelvis. Then here you have your neck, and then you have, the curved bone of your skull that goes kind of like this. And this connection point is a very critical area of both your physical anatomy and your non-physical or purely energetic anatomy. It is a crossing over point between both of those aspects of self. Your physical anatomy, I've been calling your somatic, cellular anatomy. And then all of this other stuff that I'm scribbling upon, this is your light body, your time body, your body of abstraction, of pure possibilities and probabilities. And this crossing point is where you have a sun, a star inside of yourself. So this everything that we're talking about is about connecting with really that sun and star that is inside of yourself, even while at the same time you have this external sun that these are like a child's drawn, where you get the impression, the idea of what optically looks like something that is external from you and what optically looks like it is emanating beams of visible light. It is doing that. It is visibly emitting light, but it is non-visibly emitting time and timelines. That's what all of this stuff is over here. The sun is emitting the possibilities of your life. There's a very, very old, silly joke that basically this guy who is blind and is reading matzah as if it is Braille, and he says, "Who writes this S-H-I-T?" That's the joke that I always go to internally when I think about like, who writes this stuff? When you're looking at the actual, I'm sorry that I go into silly jokes, my associative mind. Who writes these possibilities? If you're Groundhog's Daying through these various different, timelines, some of which are comfortable, some of which are uncomfortable, where do they come from? Who writes this? Who is the author of this? I mean, the real answer is that God, the divine presence, is.
I want to welcome Salima. Hello.
How are you today?
Good. How are you? Thanks for coming. Hold on. Let me stop the music so it's a little clearer. There we go.
Greetings salutations to the panel in the chat.
Hello.
I love it when you have these subjects. I can't wait to get into
it. Awesome. Appreciate you coming on.
Now this young lady who's on the screen as a walk-in, she's still only half describing or half giving proper instructions for the realm.
Okay. I'm happy to hear. Yeah. And if you have anything you want me to pull up, I can do that too, just for visuals or whatever.
Actually, can we rewind what she was saying a little bit to go back?
Sure.
Sure. Maybe about
like
10
at this
seconds.
First part where she gets into this.
Yes.
Okay. You want me to just play it for a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Your top of your neck meets the base of your brain. So you could imagine, like, you have your vertebrae that go all the way up your spine over here from your pelvis. Then here you have your neck. And then you have, the curved bone of your skull that goes kind of like this. And this connection point is a very critical area of both your physical anatomy and your non-physical or purely energetic anatomy. It is a crossing over point between both of those aspects of self. Your physical anatomy, I've been calling your somatic, cellular anatomy. And then all of this other stuff that I'm scribbling upon, this is your light body, your time body, your body of abstraction, of pure possibilities and probabilities. And this crossing point is where you have a sun, a star inside of yourself. So this everything that we're talking about is about connecting with really that sun and star that is inside of yourself, even while at the same time you have this external sun that these are like a child's drawing, where you get the impression, the idea of what optically looks like something that is external from you.
Can we stop
and what
there?
optically looks like it is emanating.
Definitely. And I just want to real quick welcome Aaron.
Hi.
Salutations.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm eating candy, so I'm going to be quiet for a minute.
Okay, great. And Salima's going to enlighten us here.
Okay, so at Yassini in the house, I just did a live about internal and external. Now, in the sense that she's correct, that we do have an external and an internal. But oftentimes the external is what is led to stimulate us, because we don't know how to turn on that internal. Our internal, as I've mentioned before, has been hijacked with AI, television, radio, false imagery. So at times we are left with external devices because we don't know how to, how do you say, combust or give that internal a match. And the reason why we don't know how to do that is because the external world has told us or given these instructions for our bodies, mind, body, and soul, that we have to go out first to understand the inside of us, and that's not true. You start from the inside first and then go out. But it's hard to do that unless you're going to sit down and commune with solitude. Like, we're all on this panel and we all have wonderful knowledge. And something that any of us could say could bam, 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 hit anybody in the chat that gives them that ignition. So that would be us externally igniting someone internally. But at some point, we're going to have to sit down and hit that solitude point where we're not getting any stimuli from the external realm. Because at some point, all of the things that this young lady is talking about in this video has to be brought forth from the inside. And only through solitude have I been able to gain that, with which we're talking about on the panel now. I don't know if that makes
Solitude
sense.
is the key,
Okay.
is what you're saying, right? I mean, right?
Yes, at some point. See, even
Yeah.
Superman had a solid, he had to go away from people. He could hear everything they said, he could see everything they did. He had to go into solitude to get away from it. Because even as humans, even as Homo sapiens, or whatever we choose to call ourselves, even though we say we don't have superpowers, when we look
Did you
around
call me
us, we see a
homo?
lot.
You called me homo
Homo
there?
sapien.
Oh, well, okay.
So yeah, even as whatever we choose to call ourselves, we can still see externally that we have this external stimuli, and it's still disturbing to us. No matter how they say, well, the human is lower of vibrational frequency, or we all have these lower vibrational frequencies, yeah, because we're being externally shocked by these outside frequencies. But at some time, the solitude has to kick in. And that's the shadow work, because the solitude is your negative, your tears, your harmful past. That solitude, at some point, you're going to have to sit in there so you can let that shit go, for lack of a better terms. Because and after a while, that's just what it is. It has to be things you have to let go of so that you can move forward, so you can transverse the realm.
Yeah.
Because if you have that mental, soulful, negative tether on you, you're not going to be able to transverse your realm. You're not going to be able to have these so-called superpowers or the ability to see the realm properly, because we have these negative tethers.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Very interesting. And like, so with the solitude, is that also like becoming one with nature in that sense, with the grounding? Sorry, I was asking you, Salima, just like, can you get into that detail a little bit more?
Yes, grounding is just one of the many steps that we take. Because you ground as a child. When we were children, what did we do? We knew how to frolic and play. We rolled in the grass, we played in it. We didn't run inside when it rained. We loved the rain in the summertime. They stopped us from that. There's something that they did to us in the intermittent years between adolescence and adulthood that ended. So not only do we have to get back into grounding, you have to get back into actually paying attention. We don't pay attention to the realm, which is why a lot of times herbalists or farmers have more insight, because we're growing, or we're not growing, we're watching the growth of the realm per se. So now our
Okay.
focus isn't always on these outside media boxes and stuff like that. We're paying closer attention to the realm and what she's producing for us, what's not being produced. Yeah, because for a minute I would swat at bees. So I'll still swat at flies, but now bees land on me and they know that they're safe with me, even the yellow jackets, which I find sometimes offensive. But because of my understanding and being in a garden and growing, I understand the language better that they're speaking.
And it's just
I
like,
don't know
right,
if that makes sense.
calmer. I used to freak out, and now I'm finding this sort of zen and understanding why they're attracted to me. And obviously we now understand the properties of the frequencies of what they're doing.
Gratitude, yes. Yeah. And when you're calm, when you're working with the world in that way, they see you in a different light. See, before I became a farmer or gardener or anything, I always felt agitated by them. And I felt like I was agitating them. But now when I'm working on farms or in the garden, it's a whole different relationship between me and the bees and the yellow jackets and all. I don't feel fear when they come around. Now I see, oh, I might be in their way. I move over and they appreciate it. They don't even fire off. They be like, thank you. So we have to get deeper into studying the realm and not the way the scientists tell us to. We've been studying the realm the way the scientists tell us to. How far has that gotten us?
Well,
So it's
that's going
time
to
for
say
us
they're
to
very
take,
vague about it. They don't really even understand. And more recently, they just came out with a picture that actually shows the yin yang symbology when they did a quantum entanglement experiment.
right, but we are the biggest quantum entangled in spirit.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
just something on paper that they show us, but we are the biggest quantum. I mean, look at all of the species and races within this realm. If this ain't the biggest quantum entangled experiment I ever seen, I don't know what is.
Agreed. Aaron, I didn't know if you were done eating, but if you have any commentary, please feel to chime in. But like Notch, I'm curious to hear your opinion on this as well.
Sorry, I got so used to typing that I forgot that I was even on here.
Go ahead, Aaron. You go first.
Oh, I don't believe in the whole quantum thing, as like most uh, people who use the word quantum in the physics field can't even just like define the word plane. And I've heard it disproven through something through EPEMC Gateway, and that's a site that is you can Google those words and it'll come up. But I first heard about it on Leak Project. There was a guy on there, I can't remember his name, but he has an interesting name. He all his work actually goes along a lot with Ken Wheeler's, and disproves the whole quantum thing, and kind of makes me feel like it goes to like the whole we co-create the universe sort of thing. And I mean, I guess you could still call the effects quantum just for reference so people could understand, but the quantum, the way it's defined, is impossible unless we co-create the universe and its rules, from the way I understood it anyway.
So, well, I'm not going to react to that, but you said a lot of names, and you said quantum, but I still don't know what the opposite of the, like, what are they opposing of the, there's a quantum.
Like I haven't like the whole entanglement thing, and the what he gets into is opposing like string theory and how it's not possible, and the only moment
Oh.
that exists is the now. So, and everything is connected through source anyway, that's in existence, because everything is either matter or non-matter, and since everything's connected, then why should there have to be any magic like little connection between the two? Why can't everything be connected and we all influence everything that is in existence, with the
So
exception of everything always seeking balance?
So what it actually is opposing is the duality, and it's actually propagating yeah, it's actually propagating the oneness of things. Is that what I'm getting? I mean,
In a way, how about I mute myself for a second, pull up the EPEMC Gateway, and read from it, because it's been a while since I've
I
checked
want
it
to
out.
because I don't know what EPMC means. Or,
It's just what the I can't even remember his name. That's why I got to look it up. It's a strange name, even though he's white. So I don't know. Just give me a second. I'll get back to you. Like, I meant white American, like English, like, but he's got a strange
racist, dude. That's
name.
fucking racist. It's fucking racist.
It happens. I'm from West
It's not a big
Virginia,
deal,
so
boy. It's not a big deal.
Nat, go ahead and chime in.
I thought it was,
At least
dude.
leave it
I thought it
there.
was.
So, just to continue with the conversation, at least like just my limited understanding about this whole thing is that there's a limitation to how like fractal we can really go down to, like how much like you can magnify things, and that's when you get to like quote unquote like the quantum realm. And um this like Planck, like the Planck's distance or the speed of Planck is like is that limit. It's like the last observable reality of a particle or a wave will exist in this reality until it disappears, right? It's no longer, we cannot observe it anymore. It doesn't exist. We have no instrument to be able to observe what it does. So like I would agree in a sense that like there's a kind of a flickering type of situation that's happening. It's like we're kind of coming in and out of existence at such a rate that it's like unnoticeable to us. It's kind of like no different from your frame rate, the how
like
much
all of
conscious.
reality blinking a certain number of times in a second or something.
Yeah, even
Is that what
less.
you're
It's
saying?
like much, yeah, much faster than that, right?
Oh
Like
yeah, yeah. So you're
go on.
basically quantum in this instance is anything smaller than the Planck's constant. Is that
Like
what I'm
Planck's
gathering?
constant. So what I'm saying is that like for as far as I'm understanding it, like Planck's constant is the limit to our ability to observe whatever phenomenon that we're able to observe. But the afterwards it does seem like it goes somewhere. For example, as an example, like if you have like a sine wave, right? A sine wave. So all of existence as we know it is vibration, right? Vibration, energy, and frequency. This table that I have my computer on, it has a feeling of solid, but things are moving in there. It has a vibration to it. It's just that all of our senses and everything that we know about quote unquote this reality is also vibrating at us. So there's a density to it. Okay, but when you look at like so it's like low density and higher density, et cetera, et cetera. And then you get to a point of like Planck's distance and then Planck's constant or Planck speed, whatever you want to call it. And then, Planck speed. And then you go beyond that. But it still goes somewhere and seems to come back at such a rate. So like what I'm getting at is that like where does it go, and it comes back into existence. So there is a co-creational aspect about all this. It's kind of a mysterious thing. And I do think there's a kind of like a play between what we believe to be ourselves and God. There's a kind of like a interdimensional relationship, you can say, that occurs, but it is kind of a mystery, I guess, is how I feel about it.
Yeah, it was my understanding that basically the existence and non-existence flicker rate of reality, or there's better terminology. I'm just bad with nouns and adjectives and stuff in recall when it comes to that. But I feel like, or I've had it explained to me that things go between ether and negative space at that point, and that all of actual reality is flickering just at that speed. It's not saying it's not like when the in between the flickers, like it's all still connected by whatever plasmatic energy that powers everything in existence, ether, whatever. But like um I see the connection there and everything. I just had always had it explained like as in like the non-existence in between the flickers was just negative space. And like I can't wrap my head around it, but I'm used to people describing quantum as like like I can't even explain it right now. I haven't been awake long enough.
No,
Like
you're doing
I
good.
just have missed you so much that. Go ahead.
I was saying you're doing good. Go ahead.
I don't feel like I am. I'm making myself nervous and forgetting words. The
I
more
can't
talk.
even hear. I don't even hear that. I don't even hear that. It's okay. It happens. You've heard me. I stumble over myself all the time.
I posted the
Welcome to
link
my
to the
show.
EPEMC gateway in the room though, and in the chat, and I'm looking for the part right now that gets into that. I think it's under astronomy, maybe.
And I did I kind of want to bring this up now next. I know some of us have talked about this, so that not meant to aggravate anybody with a rehashing conversation, but I think I want to talk about this in real time of somebody who's writing in the chat that they feel that they have a demon. And I would like to talk about the idea of what demons are and even potentially give some advice in that sense. And no, we are not doctors. We're not here for professional, medical, mental, or in financial or any
I'm
of
a
the
real
other
doctor,
types of
though. I mean, I'm the only real doctor here. I'm a real doctor.
I have
Come
an
on,
honorary,
My
but
boy's a doctor, but
I'm a doctor. Come on, I'm a real doctor. Okay.
are
Come on,
you
can
are you
take
really?
any advice that you hear from me, you can just take that to heart. Okay.
Okay.
But
Okay.
please continue. Yeah.
No, it's all good. But I just want to have that discussion of like I was just explaining, like a breaking down. So maybe like Salima, I feel like maybe you would be a good one to start that off. It just you have a pretty strong grasp, especially in that spiritual sense.
Well, thank you, gratitude. I really wanted to go back to the chat with what the young brother was talking about. Somebody said they got lost when I said transitive, but he was talking about how space and times move when we were talking about quantum and string theory. Because in the end, everything is transitive. The space that we know of transforms in some way. So he's very correct on what he was speaking. So I don't want him to get nervous. That's why I had shut up, like, wow, okay. And then the next question
I
I had
know.
was he was talking about the negative space in relation to, I
Yes.
guess, the
Like
paradigm
the
we're
absence
in
of light.
now. Right. So that's what he meant, like it's the absence of light.
The absence of ether,
There you
existence.
Oh,
Like the spots between the flashes, supposedly how UFOs can go from one place to another instantaneously, or how the Sasquatch people zip in and out of our realm, and they travel using that. They just zip in at another instant where there's a flash of
okay.
reality.
Is it a
That's
lens
how I've heard it
technology?
described anyway,
Sorry, is
and
it
how
a
they.
lens technology to any extent? Because that is something like, with the prism idea of shifting the light, right? Because like if you take a prism, you can literally redirect the light. You can actually like break up its pathway and reroute it.
I've seen it as more as being able to, like in those like fractions of a second that reality is not currently at a pulse or whatever in between the pulses, like maybe those things have like an AI system that
Yeah.
on like ships that could detect when in between the pulses and zip out, like kind of go out with it and just not come back, and then be able to come back in another place, negating the need for the laws of physics at all.
Oh, snap.
Right. He just took it to a whole nother level. So he talked about uh breaking down the light and making it go somewhere else. But the truth is
Yeah, I'll
that we
find a
really don't break
diagram
down.
of that.
Right. I do want to leap into that for a second. So, like, say that the sun is shining, and when the sun shines, it shines everywhere. But there are times when certain clouds cover the sun. You only see the sun will be covered, but then the clouds will only let certain sun rays come through. And it's a spectacular picture, right? So, are they really pointing the light in a specific way, or are they, because it's the way he
Yeah.
said it?
Is that part of
I
the
see what
whole
you're saying,
that in
but
between space,
we got to
right?
remember everything in existence. Well, that from what I understand anyway, pulses in and out of existence really, really, really fast. Like so fast we can't perceive it with any instruments, but everything else in existence pulses, you know, with sound, light, whatever, and it's in between those pulses of the flashes that they somehow are able to. It's like something that we haven't stumbled upon yet, maybe, that we can exist in that the negative space realm, I'll just say, for lack of a better term at the moment. And maybe I've had to explain that they are able to utilize the spots in between the flashes of reality to be able to leave this realm and return in other places whenever it's flashes. But I don't fully understand that myself. I'm terrible with math, and math gives me anxiety and all this other stuff. So
Because math's not
I
real. You're.
I
I
just
apologize.
in school I always used to get in trouble because I would come up with the correct answers in my head and not know how I did it, and I would get like made a spectacle by the teacher in front of the whole class, and so I just stopped doing math altogether once I took algebra 1, and all the rest wasn't required. It just gives me anxiety even to do addition right now. Like, I just prefer
Well,
not to.
well, I hope you don't stop. This is what I'm going to back up everything you just said to the best way I can. First of all, we have bodies. Your body has a heartbeat, right? But every organ in your body has a rhythm. Every organ, your kidneys, your livers. That's why they use this stethoscope to listen to your body, because they hear that rhythm. They call it a beat, but every organ in your body, your pineal, your hypothalamus, your brain has a beat, and that's what they mean when they say we're working with the rhythm of life. So in between those beats are those dark sectors that you're talking about,
Right,
those negative points where they're able to come in between the beats of that rhythm.
right. Like the
So
entire universe has that rhythm. It's great.
right. So musicians use a metronome to keep the rhythm.
Right.
That's all
Hmm.
they're doing. So what this young man is talking about is on point. They have the ability to come in between those beats, those rhythms in our lives, so to speak.
Like phasing in and
And
out, like
right, and
the
you can
Flash.
see it without numbers, which is why you're speaking the way you are speaking. Because I'm a homeschooler and I often teach my students there is no number after nine. It's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How can you say we're nine ether beings, but you're talking about we got 10 fingers? That doesn't make sense. You're either nine ether or you're nine ether all the way through. And that's why you don't do good with colonial math, because you have natural law math already in you. Keep that up.
Yeah, like I have no trouble. I use my fingers to multiply still. like I don't even know, but well, anymore. It's been a long time since I even remembered order of operations or anything like that. Like, I just chose not to do it, or would sleep and have other people do it for me. I don't
That's
know.
phenomenal.
Like,
You are definitely, don't stop that, please. Keep that up. You have natural law in you, which is why you can see these things the way you do. You are like us with the point
Yes.
that because we were given this colonial language, the colonial language doesn't always facilitate the natural law that we know and recognize, which is what I hear you stumbling on. The language that we've been given isn't facilitating the knowledge that you have to bring out
I'm
into the world. I've dealt with that quite a bit.
I've just always followed synchronicities, like in the at least the U.S. version of Dirk Gently Holistic Detective Agency. I don't know if anyone saw that, but that's literally how I've lived my entire life and taught myself most of what I do know. Like, just follow the synchronicities. It's a very good series if you haven't seen it, but I felt like the author Douglas Adams had jumped through history to like be able to define through the recent series that unfortunately was only 2 seasons, exactly how I live my life, and it's insane. Like, it blew my mind.
I was
Everyone got
gonna
quiet.
say, Aaron, knowing your background and what she just said, that's kind of crazy because he is like been practicing also the healing energy arts, and he is a Reiki master, and he's got a lot of experience and knowledge down that path. And everybody on here, by the way, Notch is going to be the next interview, but I would love to interview all of you in here, and I've already asked him because I think be cool for some of you who don't necessarily know him to get to know him and to get to know his history, because it's very fascinating.
And actually, the whole laying of hands healing sort of thing, I became aware of it because it had just been something that was passed down, like my dad's side of the family. Like, he spent most of his childhood in a tent by himself because of some heart problem he had, and like it was crazy. His mom was a nurse, and she actually healed him with laying of hands and taught him how to do it. And I only found out about it because, like, my sister and I, when we get a fever when we were little and he was still alive, like, he would just sit there and hold us, and then you'd see him like start to sweat, and like he had taken the fever into himself and he'd sweat it off and we'd be just fine. And that's how I even got into that, until someone handed me a book on the Usui Shiki Ryoho method of Reiki. So yeah.
I didn't even know there were so many different kinds. But I think a lot of it has to do with like the visualization process, is kind of my understanding of like how you focus on how you're going to move the energy.
That's
Salima,
pretty much all it is.
Yeah. I know I've kind of asked Notch this too, and boy, I don't know this for sure, but Salima, have you had experience, and I apologize because I feel like I get this vibe from you that you currently are a healer, and that have you practiced that energy healing?
Yes, I have. Actually, I'm a certified herbalist and a first responder. I'm a farmer and a gardener. So yes, I do
That's
practice
awesome.
natural healing. Unfortunately, I just fractured my foot moving last Sunday, and my family is already trying to making me sit down because I won't sit down.
I like how you knew where I was going with that.
I can't take it. Like, it's like, and already my body, so they'll be like, why are you letting the grandbabies touch your foot? And I'm like, because all this young, hot energy they got up in here, instead of letting them kick it around, let them touch me and give me some of that,
Yeah,
some of
there you
that
go.
healing touch. They have it. The young children, like I learned at funerals early on when the elders were grieving, to get the grandbabies together. Come lay hands on grandma. Come lay hands on granddad. They need that. And I noticed that the elders are able to bring their emotions back under control at the funerals and things like that, because the young children are now giving them that youthful energy, that healing energy of the heart, because children
Exactly.
aren't always as heartbroken as adults are when funerals happen, depending on the situation. So,
There's some wisdom
hands
there.
and healing.
That is some words of wisdom there. Yeah, like the young really need the elderly. They really do.
You need to start letting the grandparents live with us
especially
again.
in that manner that you describe it. You make it very understandable. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we all need that.
Yeah.
From my understanding, it's always why the grandparents used to live with the families too. So, and why they might have lived a lot longer before, all this advent of being put in a nursing home and all that jazz, when people stopped caring so much for the people that raised them. I feel that's most of the reason I still live with my mom. I feel if I didn't, she'd be long dead.
Right. We complain about our kids and our grandchildren. We love y'all. Y'all sometimes the most exciting part of our day, a part of our life. See, the colonialism has made parenthood or grandparenthood feel like drudgery, because we follow their model of how to raise a family, how to educate your family, how to care for your family. But when you step out of that paradigm, and it's not what they teach you, it is. So therefore, your family becomes the most exciting part of your life, the most beneficial, not this drudgery that they teach us, so that life will be like, ugh. So on that
It's
note,
not
I
an
love you
economic
guys.
thing. It's something that comes natural, and it's also something that gives natural. It's I hear what you're saying. It's yeah, it's a very natural thing to do. It's not you have to think about this and you have to think about schooling. No, that's all something
I
that's
feel energized from her words, I must say.
yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
I can't stop
I've been
smiling.
finding that more often now in these panels, and instead of feeling drained, I feel more energized. I think this is the sign of us coming together in that way, that magnetic connection.
Yeah, I've been seeing
You're
that.
shining your prism light into me, and it's exploding outwards.
You're making me want to get my blue laser out and play with it.
Yeah,
Accidentally burn something.
and then you could set up your own camera experiments for me. And then you can film them, and I can use that footage. Aaron, everybody. Here,
Is
hold
it
on, let me-
symbolic for all these people that have been keeping on shining the light instead of appealing to the darkness?
Just to
Yeah,
put
I'm
you
going
full
off
screen.
cam now.
Show us your laser. Show us your
Oh.
laser, Aaron. Yes, we want to see your laser.
Hey, oh, that's my gong in the screen.
There you
Whoa.
go.
That's what I crack
Look
my
at
head
that.
on 90% of the time I'm on a stream.
You definitely move some stuff around.
Oh, yeah, I'm working on it. I had to throw some things up around me just to hide what I haven't got moved yet, because it's like just stuff piled on tables.
And I apologize. Sorry. Thank you for I don't mean to cut you off. Salima dipped out because her grandbabies, you could hear them, were coming in. For some reason I didn't realize she was dipping out, but just FYI, that's where she went. So thank you, Salima. I'm gonna put your link back in the chat, and I really appreciate you coming on, and I would like to have you on again. That was a great conversation.
I would love to hear more of her.
Yeah, she has some wise words, but
very intelligent.
Of course, she had a real life in the background. So
Salima, I heard her reference me as a goddess, which I was like, oh my God, my heart melted, because that's one of the best compliments from a woman like that. Now, I'm going to say that woman's a goddess. She's very, just like, I get this just calmness too when I hear her talk. So, meanwhile,
She reminds me of the Oracle in Matrix.
And guys, she's got 37 subs, so sub up. Even though we know we're not here for that. It's more just about the community. Show her we're that kind of community. All right. Anyway, Notch, you've been quiet for a while. Respectfully.
Yes, I have been quiet for a while. So not much to add, to be honest, just trying to, get a feeling for everybody. I'm new to some of you guys, right? And then you guys are new to me. So just kind of feeling things out, right?
Exactly. I do kind of feel like I'm bringing a couple of different parts of the community together, because there's some, like, I didn't even know there was this whole other half, which is how I found Notch. And now, like, he and I just resonated right off the bat with our conversations. And now we find out that we're both from Wisconsin and that we grew up within like an hour of each other. So that was fun.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all these things, as you know, happen for a reason, and
Yep.
we are meant to find each other at that time, type of deal. And this
Mhm.
community is much larger than just the respective, you know, um, connections that we have. It's like, again, like the same analogy I have used before. It's like, it's like neurons trying to connect with each other and trying to get a big picture of all this stuff that's kind of going on, and everybody's got a something to contribute, to that, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully we walk away from it, having a more clearer and better understanding of what we are about and what the world is about, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, so I'm like really excited because as we know, I don't know, well, we don't know, but like as far as I perceive it, is that things are ramping up, and like I really don't know how much time we have here on the internet, frankly speaking, and it's
Mhm.
not necessarily like a lifestyle that I want to have anyways, to because I think there's a kind of a combination of like, well, like in our immediate circles, we might not have a lot of people whom we're like, having commonalities with, like in real life. And that's part of the reason why these panels and um, this way of connecting with people, just to find other people who are more like-minded, and we are closer to each other in the way we think about reality than probably vast majority of the other people who actually exist in our physical reality.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And that's also why we run into so many extremities, right? If you talk about personalities, because we are quite extreme personalities ourselves, right? And then we also run into personalities that are quite extreme, but in a different way. That's also part of the because people might call it the community, but it's if you would replace the word community with a bunch of individuals, I would totally agree with everything that everybody says, but just don't call it community. Call it a bunch of individuals, because that's what it is. And,
Humanity.
a bunch of
A
individuals.
community of
It's a bunch of
mishaps.
individuals,
A
because it's
a
you and I
community of
here, and it's him and her there, and it's not a community. It's a bunch of
it's just
individuals here, and it's a bunch of
okay.
individuals there. And
But
and
when you say
some people might find each other, in the blue spectrum, or in the red spectrum, or whatever, or in the yellow or the green spectrum, and and that's all okay. But it's not a community. It's a bunch of individuals. And
Yeah,
and
but
and,
it's
and
easier to say community than bunch of individuals.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then, community doesn't necessarily mean like we're all kumbaya with each other either, right?
Mhm.
It's just the
Foster
same more or less,
immunity.
group of people who tend to run these streets,
Mhm.
and there's probably just several hundred of them, who all know each other, who have been corralled to the same corner of the internet.
Yeah.
It could be
Yeah.
the genesis of Sarah's plan for the thing. I keep forgetting what it's called. Help me out here.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, sir.
The PMA, or is that what it
Oh,
is?
yes. The private
It could be
membership
the
association.
genesis
That's
for
my
that.
idea, yeah. Because I've done a lot of research that there is actually one way out, sort of, and it is tax exempt. But it does pertain getting a PMA and having an LLC behind it. But the idea is once you procure your land and you've purchased the land, you're going to obtain your title. So that means like full purchase. And then once you have your title, you're going to take that to your, actually usually it's just like a county office, and you go for the land patent. And so once you have your land patent with a trust, and that's usually why they recommend having the LLC as your protection, but your LLC is going to run under a PMA, which is that's how you're going to go tax exempt. So that's kind of a similar way that churches have done it to some extent, because now you can practice whatever modalities you want, and it's not considered public, it's considered a private membership. And that's how it would work. I would say, like, $5 in some circumstances for you to enter, but it would be an application process. And I've kind of gotten into this a little bit with you, Notch, because like what I would really want to do with you, and we're going to do it with your interview. So afterwards, we're going to open up the discussion into like, what is a community? Like, what does that look like? Is there, has there been examples of successful community? And then Aaron and I were chatting about it because he feels like he's got an example that we can kind of use it or observe and then comment back on and forth on. So I'm really interested in that part of it. And this is sort of this, okay, we're going to be productive is for whatever time I guess we have left potentially, but to try to build blueprints so that each of us can do this. But there's also a possibility, like I'm getting into all this legality of it, that might not even be necessary at some point, but just to like talk about what does regenerative land look like, proper irrigation, proper, that's why you want to look for the right type of land, because you want to have something that has proper drainage flow, because then you can create all kinds of different setups. And then companion planting, which is like the Three Sisters method, and then It's the whole idea of
A lot of
you know,
stuff on Alphabetic.
compost. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying it sounds like a lot of stuff that Alphabetic has on their channel.
Yeah, and
Well,
in the end,
that's where I got the PMA from. Yeah.
and in the end, it would pretty much come down to the society as we know it. You know, it would. I mean, if you want to start a parallel society, that would be pretty much like doable, but it would be insanity.
But
You know?
we could do it with what
What
seems like a better way. You know, leave out the whole capitalist money aspect of it, and I don't know.
Well, I mean, all these things have like all the logistics stuff, and you know about food, and you know, like um the infrastructure and all that kind of stuff has to be talked about and ironed out. And it's not going to be exactly the same from one location to another anyway, because like different locations, you're going to be able to grow different type of stuff. And based on what you can be grow, you're going to need different, you know, equipments or whatnot, you know. So these things have to be all ironed out. The
Yeah.
foundation has to be talked about anyway, about like why are people getting together? Like what's the point of it all? Like why can't we just live the lives that we're living now, as an example, because we're already living the lives we're now. So what are the advantages of having a community? And if you do have a community, like how is it going to be operating, right? Like who's going to run it? Who are going to play different roles? Because people are going to have different jobs. It may not be the 9 to 5 jobs that you're looking for. In fact, it might be even more uh, effort. There might be more effort that is required of individuals, because actually, you know, we are very much wholly invested in that, right? So keeping all that in mind and having to like vet people, and like what about religion or spirituality and all that stuff, like those things have to be all talked about for the group of people who are going to be involved. It's not an easy thing, but it has
No.
to first, you know, be actually, you know, like talked about. Like people need to talk about it at least, because you're not going to figure it out while everybody's already there. You're going to have to figure
Yeah.
this stuff out, some of it, like before people get there.
That's why
Well,
we're
that's
here,
sort of
though,
why I
isn't
want
it?
to do with like build this blueprint with multiple people's opinions. I feel like that's one of the best ways to sort it out, so that and then allow anybody to challenge us on, well, how's this going to work, or what do you think about this? And some of it's not going to be any definitive answer. I mean, that's not really the point of this. It's also, I'm not, when I talk about this doesn't automatically make this utopia. I'm not assuming that this is going to be, the most peaceful and best thing that ever existed. But, Aaron does have some examples where there's just like minimal mental health issues is kind
Yeah,
of.
there's a few countries. I don't recall where all of them are at. I know one is in South America, but they're small. They're more about self-governance, and they don't use like the money system. They barter. They go by what they can bring to the table, and everyone does their part, and collectively they take care of like the elderly or and the sick that can't work and stuff like that. And they legalized all drugs, and they have this like lowest addiction like rate, almost non-existent crime rate also. And they do have a form of government, but it's like the oldest people basically are usually voted up there to collectively like have a council, and then everyone vote with the council. And the government's just there to keep basic order, in case like someone would do something messed up,
And
they
that's
would
actually really close
be
to
like
my
the judge.
idea. The only other change I would have with that is that my requirement is, if you're part of the community, you serve a certain amount of time on the board. Everybody does. And it's a rotation thing a little bit, but there will be a little more of a core, like you're saying. Like I would want some sort of like elder core group that's also scrutinized. Like it's not going to just be able to continue to stay in place just for, seniority purposes. It's like people can be voted out if they're not necessarily in line with certain things. But this is what I want to get at. Like I've always said, like why as Americans, like, can I not vote on very specific decisions that are made, like going to war? Why do I vote in one person who makes all these decisions that never made sense to me? I was like, I should, like, the mandatory of what happened to everybody, several years ago. Why were we not allowed to vote on that?
It's only
weird to
ever been
me.
an illusion of freedom since this country began. Like
Sorry,
Washington
yeah.
took a loan from all the people I term as the Khazarians in Europe that we were trying to get rid of or away from in the first place, and then that took away the stipulation that they weren't allowed to this country that was originally put in place by the founding fathers, and that's all been erased from history unless you can find an original copy of John Adams or John Quincy Adams' diaries, as well as Thomas Jefferson's, if I remember correctly. And all three of them did die slightly mysteriously after speaking out publicly against, well, they were just saying the Jews in general, but that's not the case because I don't think they were as aware of like the infiltration that had taken place in time immemorial or whatever. But yeah, that all definitely exists. I've read part of John Adams Sr.'s like diary before it started becoming a public thing, like back in 2004 or 5. Like they had it on display for a while in DC, and I haven't heard of it coming up since. But I saw a bit about it, but I could hardly remember because I was too young. And then I heard another person that had been really big into that, and he is definitely an anti-Semitist, but he had said word for word part of what I had read, and I was like, it really does exist. It wasn't my imagination. So like about George Washington being the first trader that this country ever had because we needed funding. The people, they couldn't afford shoes in the Revolutionary War at one point, and that's how broke America was already. And that was the first time that this group of people started to own this place, and it's like he had been in league with them the entire time, and it was all an illusion from then on, basically. And the founding fathers, what they had laid out, it all became moot from that point forward, and it's just been a narrative.
Yeah. What do you guys, Notch and Boy, what do you guys think about that idea of what we're talking about? Do you think it's possible, or do you think that's just a fluke?
I do apologize. I was typing something in the chat, but so I wasn't 100% listening. I'm sorry about that. No, Voy, were you listening?
I love you guys. It's okay. It's okay. We've been going actually 3 hours now, and this has been a really fun show. And actually like a kick-ass panel. So appreciate you guys. It's been very interesting.
I just wish there was never the 2017 internet purge, because I guarantee you I could have found it at least on the dark web before then.
Right? I have noticed that too. I finally found, I had been talking about this forever, that when Anonymous came out, this was like I was always trying to find ways to like prove that they're all, just in cahoots with each other. But I distinctly remembered that after Anonymous got arrested, that there was this, like, I think it was broadcasted on the Anonymous channel, and it was supposed to be like their refreshed and revamped look, and they were wearing it like an all white suit as opposed to the cape setup, and they had the vendetta mask on, but they had like white gloves and everything, and there was this Masonic symbolism on the coat, and it was saying like, we've had to revamp, and it was after, again, the FBI had come in and arrested all these guys. And I finally found it. It took me forever, and I couldn't find the actual video footage, but I was able to find a photograph that proved that this actually existed. And come to find out, it was supposedly, or what they're saying now, because I do remember the video coming out specifically saying they were the new Anonymous.
All the
And
original members
insinuating
got
they were
flipped to
Q.
CIA.
Sorry, really quick. They were insinuating they were Q too. And so it was like, that was like the start of it, is what I'm getting at. And that I have this footage, but like, or not the actual video footage, but like the picture. And now they're saying it was some organization or something. So anyway, I just find that really fascinating because it's the infiltration aspect. I know it's all the same.
Oh
So
yeah.
we're all,
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, like these parasites been going at it for a long time, and I think a lot of religious centers been infiltrated as well. And if you are of any interest to them, and then you have like a kind of a movement, you're definitely going to be in the radar, right? So, as far as like community is concerned, like we can't. I mean, like if we like look at like the what's his name in the Waco, like David.
Koresh,
What's that?
David Koresh.
Koresh, yeah, like so, like even those guys, they just want to be left alone, and but the government's like kind of the government made an example of them type of deal. So if the government really wanted to make an example out of you, there's not much we can do. I mean, you're not going to be able to fight off SEAL Team Six and Scud missiles or whatnot, and tanks, but it doesn't mean we can't try. And
We
I
can
think
use
it's also
information
noble.
and convert like SEAL Team 6, have all those people end up laying down their arms and saying no if we had the right information put together the right way. Which kind of is a segue into the website that I'm trying to work on to end war worldwide. Like, because as far as I can tell, both sides of every war in our written history was funded by the same sets of people. And I mean, you can't find one war without the same people being linked back financially to both sides of it. So I feel like citizen journalists and content creators, like everyone here, like if we all get together and contribute things that we can prove that are in the anti-war sentiment in some way, maybe using a consolidated website that's existent not only on the regular internet but also the dark web and the quantum user experience, which is what I'm testing for. It's like Internet 2.0, and they're doing phones that can't be tapped into because it has a new form of encryption that's so far unhackable. And it's a private sort of internet that is like not able to be taken down, because this internet we're all on now can be taken down with the press of a button, because shell companies owned by the CIA actually run every internet switch on the planet. Like they own it still. DARPA owns it. It's the emergency communications backbone for the United States government still. Like when you break it down. So I wanted to have the site there and on this version of the internet. And I actually was hoping you guys could help me today to figure out a good domain that isn't polarizing that I could use and buy like after we get off here. I already have Eric Hecker, the whistleblower, on the think tank. I have R. Wayne Steiger. He's a big content creator on this channel. I'm trying to get Redacted and a few other people on board. So anyone else that
Arwin
wants to
from
can email me.
Netherlands. Arwin from Netherlands.
All right, say what? Is that a?
Arwin.
Are you asking if that's what I said, or I'm confused?
No, if I'm asking you if Arwin is the guy from the Netherlands.
I am not aware I said anything about the Netherlands, but I'm confused.
Never mind.
He was trying to ask
Never
if
mind.
the person you're talking about was from there. Not that you'd said it, but yeah.
I said a bunch of people. Oh, R. Wayne Steiger. Sorry, I see what you. He's an old guy. That's from Pennsylvania, I think.
Okay. Never
It's
mind.
the letter R, then Wayne
heard that.
Steiger.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, it's
Go ahead.
no. I mean, like I'm not very good with just coming up with some names like on a whim, because like you have an interest in ending all wars. I and everybody else, we would all be very interested in ending all wars if that's at all possible. But I guess like not to be a negative Nancy, but like, it's just the way I kind of view reality at this point is that like a lot of things, like the corporations and the governments are all pretty much bought and paid for. And all these secret organizations, societies are all rubbing shoulders with each other who actually work for the same people, the Illuminati, secret families. And, I think there are even entities that go beyond them. And we're at a point where it's like basically we're at the crescendo point, and things are going to hit the fan. real soon, as far as I see
I
it. And
really
it's
don't believe
not
they have to. The people that pull the trigger, they're just regular people. You got to remember that part. If they all
they
lay
are.
down their guns, then there's no one to fight except for the assholes
I
at the top.
agree.
So if we can get
That's
through to
correct.
them, you know, then maybe there's a chance, because we won't know unless we try. That's the way I see it.
Well, and that's great. I think that's you know, I think all iterations of possibilities have to be tried, as you say, but like again, it's about like, you know, how because you have, let's face it, we have limited amount of time, energy, right, and resources. It's limited. You know, I could be here talking to you guys, or I could be reading, or I could be doing something else. It's just, you know, the time that we're spending with each other. But again, like we want to be trying to use this time and energy that we do have, like to like construct something. I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong or whatever. It's like you do you. But I am not sure how much effort I will be able to put into trying to convince people to not wear masks, as an example. You know, that's another form of compliance, or not put gloves on, or people
I was
putting, you know,
unaware people still did it.
they did it, right? They did it
They
when the
did,
government
yes.
told them to. And then when
Some
things were
people.
eased up, a lot of people did. Not some people, a lot of people. Have you
You
ever
should
heard
have
of
been to
this?
West Virginia. We were dancing in the streets, and like this was one of the places people didn't believe COVID was real. Even our governor said it wasn't once, and he got in trouble for it. Sorry.
I just want you guys to know, while you're having this really nice, deep conversation, the chat's talking about dino farts and curing them.
That's what distracted me.
It's all good. No, you go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, though.
You're not.
No, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. So like all I'm saying is that you know, people uh have demonstrated, and you know, they've already done like the beta tests and everything about like how many people are going to comply. And I'm not saying that all people are going to be like, but a lot of people, they're kind of living in their own world though too. So to come to a certain level of discernment and understanding of what this reality is, it does require a lot of effort and energy to do that. And a lot of people are kind of buried in debt, buried in TV, buried in the mainstream media. And you know, there's a kind of a grip the government and the corporations have on the consciousness of your regular Joe, and whether they're going to be able to wake themselves out of that or not, it's hard to say. But
Well,
I don't really bet on it.
think of how many people quit the military just because they didn't want to deal with the whole woke nonsense going on. And also, maybe a lot of this data that we are encountering, and the belief that the amount of people like us hasn't hit critical mass or even beyond, is just incorrect data, beliefs we have based on what we are seeing from the indoctrination sources. Because I I don't know if I'm just around too many like-minded people, but I from what I can tell, it seems like everyone feels to some degree just like we do. However, with the TV saying one thing, and you know, people are seem like they're more on the fence than
Well,
anything, or already
that's what I was
come
going to
to
ask. Like,
our decision.
what about with what you're saying and the idea of like potentially, and this kind of coincides with the idea of a vapor canopy. And the reason I say this has to do with that sort of idea, the description of the Egyptian sky goddess and her levels of the world, and you know, the underworld's depicted in that too. But what I'm getting at is like there's this idea that that canopy in her arms can potentially move and go up and down. And I'm wondering if can the collective, or does the collective adjust based on that frequency canopy on that level? Like, is there a potential that there is this golden age because of that? Is that the connection? Is it something else?
Cliff High says we're coming out of the Kali Yuga and that the golden age is coming. And I've actually seen pictures that you can prove it's not like lens reflections of the old yellow sun being eclipsed by this bright white sun in the pictures from Mr. MBB 333's channel. He shows it all the time and shows how it can't be like a lens reflection and whatnot from the way they're moving in the video, since it's not just a picture. And supposedly whenever we start going towards the golden age, you know, the second sun becomes apparent. And I can only see things going up from here, honestly. I think that awakenings are happening, like awareness, and I feel like it just takes a centralized push of, you know, the biggest content creators I can find, you know, maybe that resource and a lot of advertising for viewing it. It could be just what it takes to get people to, you know, stand up and stop putting up with the bullshit.
Yeah. I see two things happening. One, I think I see more of a polarization type of thing happening myself, and like more like the wheat and the chaff type of thing happening. And so yeah, more and more people are waking up, and probably more people have woken up in the past 3 years than the last 30 years, you know,
Definitely.
combined. You know, just because of the thing. But at the same time, you know, because it's the fear tactic, right? It's like the people who are you know, who've been in the game, they know human psychology very well. They know human engineering very well. They've been planning things like the 2020 event
Yeah, they've been at it
for
for
many.
millennia.
Yeah, so they've been at it for a long time. So you know, they have their game plan, right? And you know, it's like kind of like trying to, you know, it's like, you know, the idea of the Overton window, right? You got the Hegelian dialectic, right? You have the thesis and the antithesis, and then you know, play around with that a little bit, and then the Overton window is the synthesis. So the Overton window is the acceptable for both parties, right? So in order to shift human consciousness, you have to be able to move that Overton window to one direction or the other. And you know, like it's extreme. Like we don't know how the masses are going to react. I cannot say for sure. I'm hoping that you are more correct. That people will have this like 100th monkey syndrome. Then everybody starts to wake up, and then they see the you know, the emperor for the nakedness that he is. Actually, you know, the naked emperor for what it is. But we can't bet on that to be the case. Like, you know, it's good to be hopeful, but at the same time, it's good to also be pragmatic and go into that direction that maybe we have to think about parallel societies and at least lay the foundations down to, you know, consider that as a viable option.
People leap and hope to God they fly,
So yeah,
because
we were
if
talking
not, they
about,
fall wondering the whole
so
way
obviously
down
on the
what they
left you got
should have done.
the lowest frequencies, middle frequencies here, and the highest frequencies on the right. And this band here, this is malleable.
I'm
You can
showing
make it
you
pretty much however you want.
chalk body outline. This is
And
like
then
one
this
of the
is
first videos I ever watched.
is
Took
the
the
thing I
Egyptian
have hanging on my
sky
wall, actually,
sky
right here.
goddess nut. I think it's so
And
funny
if
it's
you
called
look at
that,
what
and overlaid it with
the
a
similarity, you got
equalizer.
these basically like the keys on the bottom. So these would represent like the lowest frequencies.
He used to do these psyche overlays. He doesn't do them anymore, but
was where middle C would be.
I just thought
And then
because
you
of
get
what we were talking
higher and
about,
higher
or what I
frequencies
kind of had
until you
mentioned,
get
I
this
would just
barrier
show
here,
this
which would be
visual.
like frequencies that are too high to even be picked up by your meat suit or whatever, like a dog whistle, but even beyond the senses of just your hearing, of all your senses. You know, it's just something you can't even perceive.
I really
Okay, so I
need to
hope you
get
guys
that
watched
sound
that
bit with
video,
the
progressive
crickets.
psyche overlay, so you know where I'm
Not
coming
trying to
from
fill
here.
every second, but
So
you
when
know
you
how
do
it
that
is.
with that EQ band over here, you can see where the keys line up with
You guys want to listen
these
to this for a
strips on the
second?
bottom or whatever you call it.
Take a
And
quick
this isn't a
break.
100%
I'm
exact
cool with
match on the
anything.
EQ because this is malleable, and I'll
Let me
show
just
you.
play
I'll
that.
show
We
you what I
don't
mean in a
obviously. I'm
second.
not playing this
I
stuff
just
for
want
long,
to show you
but
this
let me
specific
just, because
example
I think
it
it's
has the
cool what he
full
gets
piano
into.
roll on there.
He's talking about the points and stuff. So I'm gonna
EQ
go
because
back
this
just
is
a little bit.
here. You can see. Okay, so I hope you guys watched that video, progressive psyche overlay, so you know where I'm coming from here. So when you do that with that EQ band over here, you can see where the keys line up with these strips on the bottom or whatever you call it. And this isn't a 100% exact match on the EQ because this is malleable, and I'll show you what I mean in a second. I just want to show you this specific example because it has the full piano roll on there. So this is like a barrier. This EQ band is like a barrier. to contain all the frequencies within the song or within the mix, within that track, actually, just that track. And you also have inside here, inside Newt, the sky goddess, Nut, however you pronounce it. I'm gonna call it Nut because that's how it's spelled. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7. That's basically representing your 7 ancient planets, the moon with the feminine aspect of it here, and the sun, emanation of the mouth, like God said, let there be light. This would be the emanation here. And I'll show you more of my breakdown of the encoding of this in a minute, but let's go back and show you how this, I want to show you how this EQ band here is malleable. So just drag the generic flute sample in Ableton, and now this is your EQ. I'm going to make it look like that Sky Goddess Newt. And just like on Newt, here I have four different bands that I can manipulate. I can set more here. So I'm going to set 7, just like it's set on the papyrus. And so right here you have about the positioning of what that Newt's body would be, but you could adjust it however till you made it hit that exactly. These boundaries could adjust and make that. And remember, on the left here you have the lowest frequencies, on the right you have the higher frequencies. You just don't have the piano roll on this example here. That's why I wanted to use that other example to show you the piano roll. And let me show you what this does actually real quick. I just got this generic flute sample in there right now from Ableton. A lot of cool effects you can make, like with just sweeps. Just raise one band up and it's just sweeps. You have this lever called Q, where you could raise a certain band with a frequency, and then that Q dials it in more tighter to one frequency, or you can broaden it so it's a more broader band of frequencies, kind of raise all the headroom, or however you want to do it, man. A lot of sound design things you can do in here. So when you look at this, you see those all just the regular stars in it. Those are like represent the fixed stars. So this would be whatever you want to call the firmament, or NASA says there's a inescapable force field, Van Allen belt, whatever you want to call this thing here is what it is. It's like a frequency boundary basically, and the stars are fixed to it. You see that? But then the 7 ancient planets are not fixed inside of it. Those are the ones that actually go in retrograde and everything. And that's what's happening basically when they're going in retrograde, is what you saw with like the sweeps or whatever. These things are moving around. They're not fixed like the stars are. And so I wonder if these elites have a way that they can actually manipulate these, what you call planets or whatever, celestial bodies, the Elohim, maybe through technology or through some types of meditations, or even getting people, us, to do some kind of word magic or whatever. And I don't know how they do it, but I think they're able to like manipulate the energies of these free-flowing frequency bands. And it's creating effects just like that sweep created an effect. If these are all the stars are bound to the celestial ceiling, I wonder if this entire celestial ceiling can be raised and lowered by either the love of the collective of humanity. It would probably raise it, or when humanity's in a state of fear, it would probably drop that entire ceiling down like Chicken Little, the sky is falling. So it would be like this here. This whole thing would be coming down, tighter and tighter. If we're the people on the bottom, it's going to come down tighter. And I wonder if that's what, I'm not saying this is what it is, but maybe when you hear about like Wormwood or Nibiru or something, maybe there's planets that are way up there. I'm not talking millions of miles away. However far away this frequency canopy is, however far away that is, it's not millions of miles for sure. Let's just say it's thousands of miles. If it comes down, hundreds of miles or maybe 1,000 miles, since everything's constricting in fear, maybe that's when you're able to see these things like Wormwood or Nibiru or something. And it's just because, they're so far away you can't see them normally, but when it gets closer, and then that's when you have the effects of it. Or maybe that's what causes like comets to come down to the Earth or something too, is if this entire, like the headroom of the entire frequency band spectrum gets dropped too low from people being in fear. So what else I see when I see this here too is you have another band right here next to where our highest frequencies would be. There's another band. So maybe this is what we would call like Antarctica or something. I don't know. Or the North Pole. I don't know exactly how to read this. But there's another band there that would lead me to believe it'd be something like this. So since you have that other band, it could be something like this, where our highest frequencies, and there's a whole nother dimension right next to us here, where our highest frequencies is actually their lowest frequencies over here. It's a parallel dimension to the right of us. And although it doesn't show it on here, I would say that would also mean there's probably also one on the left side too over here. So it would be like the highest frequencies in this lower dimensional realm are blocked off from us. That's their highest frequencies, which for us would be our lowest frequencies.
So think about that with what you guys were talking about earlier in the in-between spaces with what he's saying. So he's saying, like, what if there's several different planes, or like this is the flat plane, quote unquote, and these are the other dimensions, and then this is that space in between with the frequencies.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, how we experience reality is based on, like what we can pick up. I mean, the five senses is basically an instrument to interpret this reality. So, like, our visual ability to pick up like colors and all that is very like a small fraction of the whole light spectrum of infrared and ultraviolet, right? So, and that goes with other things like sound and whatever.
Well said.
And yeah, which is why I mentioned vapor canopy again, because just the concept of it, like this, I feel like sort of could help explain it, what that actually is. It's this adjustment of this upper potential firmament, like the top of this firmament that can be adjusted, like he was saying, by the celestial bodies. And the fact that he was showing that manipulation of those top points and explaining like that's what retrograde really is, like that's kind of, I think, pretty profound, considering that that's frequency manipulation. And it's like, well, what is this?
You should look into Yggdrasil. That is pretty much the same thing, except it involves like a big. Well, I don't know the terminology, so I won't get straight into it. But yeah, check into Yggdrasil, because that's exactly what came to mind when he was explaining that, and that's kind of how I see like this being a realm and the levels, just like that picture depicts. Like
Yeah.
I feel like Yggdrasil is the best explanation I'd heard until just hearing this.
That's awesome. And I apologize if you posted a link, but could you do that again? And I do have that video.
Oh,
to
the
watch
link was.
it.
Say what?
The video that you had sent me earlier, and then you posted it again. I pulled that up. Everything is a lie, including this
Yeah,
video.
I was going to use that as the intro to the entire website, like kind of put it at
That's
the
cool.
beginning once I get permission, because it kind of makes people go back to the basics and to a blank slate, because by the time you're done watching it, you're thinking, is anything that we've ever learned real? Like, but
Yeah.
then it kind of at the end puts together like, this is what we got to do to make sure that we aren't able to be lied to in such a way for such a long time. And I feel like it sets the scene for people going back to self-governance and what's right, and being able to discern what is true and what isn't in a world that
Yeah.
everything's crazy.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
and Marcel agreed. Sorry, just like with what I was getting at, if they're able to manipulate the positioning, like what are they really? I think they're a little something more than illuminaries, but still.
Well, I've got videos of there being a different phase moon rising twice in one night, and the moon shrinking to nothing, and everything else on my channel. Like it's crazy. And so I mean, something's not as it's told. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with flat Earth or anything, or think there's any argument for it as much as there is against globe Earth, which I'm not for that model either, like you had said before, Sarah. But like, yeah, something is definitely not as it seems.
Yeah, I mean, like the flat Earth cosmology is like very like, I don't know, straightforward, or like it has a connotation to it, but a lot of people some people would prefer like the anti-globe cosmology, right? Or the
Yeah.
anti-narrative. Whatever it is, it's like whatever they told us, we know it's not the case, because we're intelligent enough to figure out and be able to crunch the numbers, and there's no possible way things can be like that the way it's been presented. So
If we co-create reality, and reality only exists in the moments of that flash, and then that could be one way of explaining how things change or are different based on like how much indoctrination people are believing, like as in the majority at the time, maybe. Or the realmist thing seems pretty good, but I feel like if it's been a paradigm at some point in the past, it probably isn't quite the truth in a way. But I don't know. I
Right.
feel like I can explain
No.
everything by us co-creating
Yeah.
reality in the moment, in the past and future not existing.
Yeah. Boy, what do you think? You awake?
Well, I also heard people explaining, that read into this and into that, and were actually quite knowledgeable, and they actually said that they didn't want to explain the truth because the truth would be so horrible about our history that we would not even uh, the cognitive dissonance about our history would be so big that we would not agree on it. If they would tell us our history, it would be so disgusting or so horrible that we actually rather not know.
Isn't that how we got here, though? All the cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, but that's another way to look at it. But it's I think it's rather useless to think about these things. I mean, I like to dabble in these how do you say philosophies, in these questions, but then again, it gets you nowhere.
I agree.
And that gets you nowhere. And what is important is the current day, right? And the tyranny that is upon us. That is.
Oh, by the way, I was asked by Mr. Steiger to say anywhere I could that November the 11th, we're setting up a day of peace, and if we truly do co-create reality, then all it should take is 9,000 people. I guess I don't know where he came up with the number. 9,000 people showing reverence for peace that day, like all on the same day, to be able to change the course of things, at least in a significant manner. So I'm just putting it out there. A lot of people, there's thousands of people that have pretty much said they're going to use 11/11 as the day that they're going to meditate on peace at 11:11 a.m. or whatever universal time, or just spend that day talking about peace in ways that things like that.
Yeah. I'm going to make
I like that because Notch was on when we were on Burn Eyes, and Jeremiah was talking about setting up a group manifestation, because I am the one that keeps saying this, like, what are we manifesting? What if we, instead of focusing on this information, we actually put together a little manifestation group. So I know he was going to do that too. Maybe I'll send him an email about 11/11. Maybe we should try to set up a live stream for it.
Yeah, it's trending like that. That's something why I was wanting to get the domain figured out soon, so that I could be able to use that to advertise on a larger scale, so we could just send people links explaining, like, I don't know.
No, this is great. I think it's a great idea. I mean, I'm big on, whenever I try to manifest or I put good intention, quote unquote, good intention out, I'm always saying or trying to project balance with it. I'm not just trying to say only the good and the best thing for that person. I'm trying to say, like, in whatever possible way the situation can resolve in the most balanced, and yin yang format that's needed.
Reverence for all living things.
We'll have a day talking about peace. What does that look like? What does that mean? I guess we should have a black and white party then.
I don't get it.
Like the Masons.
There you go. You all
and
dress up.
Yakima boys,
Yeah. I'm going to dress in all gray.
Right? But I mean, go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say, I take the path of the gray Jedi whenever possible.
And what is that?
No party for you. No party for you if you come dressed in green. No party for you. I'm the doorman. You don't come in. You're dressed in gray. No, that's just a no-go to the party for you.
I'd be the guy that slipped in through the skylight, though, with my grappling hook.
Yeah, he would. And he'd come up behind me like, yo, I got in. Don't worry about it.
Pull off my ninja suit and be like, here, I'm wearing gray.
Wait, that is interesting though. Like, it just immediately, because I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, and I read the books before the movies, kind of thing. But just the whole Gandalf being gray and then going white is kind of interesting. Like, he wasn't enough being gray,
I just feel like if someone hasn't dabbled in both the left and right hand path, then it's impossible to walk the fine line between two opposing extremes to get to enlightenment. Because like if someone doesn't experience suffering, then they can't experience true joy, and then be able to live like the center path.
And that's the whole rebirth thing too, because he is reborn and comes back white. So that's a whole obviously huge aspect to this whole thing. Like when we talk about an apocalypse, that's really what we're talking about, is a rebirth.
Yeah, the unveiling. Even ICP strangely talks about the whole thing in their album. I forget what it was. This is the fifth. Never mind. I'm not going to talk about ICP right now. But they had wicked stuff around all their lyrics, but it all was leaning towards exactly what we're talking about. Strangely enough, they're pretty intelligent people. They just lead people to the same conclusion from a different aspect. And people that would normally go towards the path of darkness, they pick up on their interests and then, play antagonists but have the same path. Like maybe if you were thinking about Lucifer, possibly being a way to do the same thing, picking up on people's affinity for darkness or something like that, and leading them to the path of the middle path or even the path of light, like through knowledge and experience. Maybe that's what the whole, what I feel might be a lie of the Garden of Evil and Original Sin stuff. Like maybe it was misinterpreted, even, because I've seen people through like the methods I've used. I've mentored people, and I dress in all black. I was the guy that went to church with a pentagram around his neck just to get people to ask what that meant. And I would start asking them questions, and eventually they would start seeing like things not as good and evil anymore, but they would start seeing things as what's still morally right and wrong. That I feel like there's a big difference there, but they would see things as more of a spectator. I can't explain. The words aren't coming to me right now, but I think, do you kind of understand?
Yeah, definitely.
I said it to you earlier with great words, but I just don't remember how I worded it.
You sound a lot better than you think you do. It's all good. I think we all do that though. And this is
I'm
how
just
I
used
know.
to typing it and people saying it's word salad.
Whatever. It's just a form of like how much can you pay attention? It's like, where's people's mindsets at the moment? It has nothing to do, I think, with how you're articulating it.
Except when I don't use punctuation.
So yeah, I mean, then I don't know, how do you guys feel about manifestation? Notch, have you practiced that, or do you do you have mentors, especially like in India, that have like taught you certain things, or people maybe you even seek out now that you can ask like certain questions about practices?
So no, I don't necessarily have a mentor or a guru or anybody per se, but definitely I think every one of us have some kind of like spiritual guides, like we all get help. Everybody gets help, like
Yeah.
this we know this physical reality is not the only thing that it is in existence, and most every one of us have experienced varying to a more or less varying degrees of like spirituality and psychic phenomenons and stuff like this. So this is very much part of reality. Some little more than others. Belief is a kind of a loaded word, but like like as much as you believe, this reality can be. So that's the ideal, quote unquote, of manifestation to me, anyway. But um the question to me is not a like people can say, well, like like I want to manifest, like why weren't you able to manifest like $1 million or a mansion or a Ferrari and stuff like that? Well, at the end of the day, you can manifest things. However, for what are you manifesting those things? So be careful what you wish for. I guess that's kind of where I'm
Oh
getting
yeah.
at. So like, it's good to be like, uh, I try to practice just mindfulness, you can say, just trying to be aware of my thoughts and my intentions and why I behave the way I do or why I think the way I do, what's going on there, right? And then there are aspects of life that is kind of beyond our control a little bit, just because this dynamic of like us, playing around with our free will and choosing each day, whatever. And then on the other hand, there is kind of this idea of destiny or fate that is also seems to be a part of this reality.
So without it like trying to come off harsh or anything, do you kind of feel like a group like what we're talking about it to some extent is pointless, or do you think it's maybe more dangerous?
No, no, no. There's nothing pointless about these discussions. I mean, it's helpful to
Sorry, I meant
everybody.
actually I meant pointless as far as doing the actual group manifestation, all like making that time to do it together
No,
like
no, no,
that.
no. Group manifesting or group meditations have been shown to actually affect reality, and crime rates have gone down when a group of people meditated on a particular day and things like that. So it does change the vibration. um but like for me, I meditate every day. Every morning I wake up, I was doing it more often, but it's, you do what you can, right? For your timing of things, yourself, your schedule, so you can get it in there, the meditation as you see fit. So people have to be, mm, like, kind of like, they have to have their own desire to want to go in that direction. But this reality kind of works both ways. Like, you have to put in effort, but you also need to see result of the effort that you're putting in. Otherwise, people can get easily dissuaded, right? Like, I spend so much time, working on myself, but why haven't I manifested anything yet? Kind of deal. Why haven't been I been able to read people's minds or whatever? So but it's little by little that we can
And then I
see
think
some.
everybody's a little different. My telepathy is really strong. And it's not like it comes off like I straight up can hear every single word that you're thinking. It's actually more of all it and it makes me realize where my skill set has been in that sort of sixth sense ability or whatever you want to call it. But I have I've always been able to feel like what's really going on with somebody and sometimes they're like when I was younger articulated into words. And I kind of feel like I lost it for a while. More recently I feel like it's come back. So it's sort of like I can have like a greeting with someone and be like, um, are you not like is your stomach bothering you? Like I can just tell. And it's not like they're
Hmm.
holding
Hmm.
themselves. They might just have like a frown on their face or something. Like my mom and that's partly why I said the stomach, like it's very strong. Like I can just sense something's up. And it's kind of cool because our relationship has been a little bit up and down. And we've been like working on generational trauma stuff, and I've been able to vocalize some of it. But like with this energy shift, there's been this like harmony with us. And it's been beautiful. And like we had this really amazing conversation the other day. And it was like, everything we talk about, she's like, I even joked with her. I was like, and boy, you were making fun of me. And I was like, I invited my mom to join us because it's all fascinating. I'm trying to get this.
Thought you were joking.
I know I'm not. And then I have all these friends that I run into, like these, they're quite a bit older than me. They're in their 70s often, or sometimes older. And they live around here and I end up making friends with them. But I have this retired dietitian friend and she won't, she's not ready to do the live thing yet. Well, not her face. She's ready to come on and talk and stuff, but I don't think she's ready to show her face, which I think we all understand. Regardless, I've been trying to convince her to come on too because I just think these perspectives are just excellent, and to be able to ask these questions of what people think and then let them listen to these different everybody else's different opinions and then come back and be like, okay, what do you think now? So we're gonna have the senior center episode. Okay, guys.
What?
Sounds
What?
good.
The
I'm
elderly
teasing.
sessions, the senior sessions. Really?
Yeah, senior sessions.
Am I that old already? Okay.
You're not 70.
No. But I mean, not
Yeah,
yet.
you're not in that category. I would say
I
like
hope to
70
get
and
there.
older, just to be
I hope to
kind.
get there though.
Me too.
I'm
I
not.
think like the official age is like 55 and over is when you become,
Yeah,
but
but
maybe it's probably more than that. Even
I'd say
I
like
55
think it's
is
75
65
and
now.
older. Say like
But I must
75
say,
and older.
the way
Oh,
my
Jack, you're still too young.
the way my
My
grandparents
mom's
looked when they were
74.
65, and I look at 60 people that are 65 these days. People look way younger these days when they're 65. People used to look way older back in the day, way more
My
tight.
Yeah.
my mom's 74 and she looks like she's barely in her 60s, if even that old.
Yep. My
Yep.
mom too.
Mhm.
And
It's awesome. And my dad is in his 70s, and people are like, "What? How old are you?" They could,
Mhm.
and his hair won't gray. His beard will gray, but his hair will not gray. He is starting to bald, but still, it's quite hilarious.
Mm.
It's maybe good genes, but I also think it's energy a little bit. And
That's
my
excellent, Jeans.
parents.
Do you have
Sorry, what?
children? Do you have
No,
children?
no.
Oh, because if you have children, they will always have the hair of the father of the mother. So some
Well,
great genes
my mom's
is lost to humanity there. Some great
my
genes.
mom is blue-eyed, like she's blondish brown, and I have like a reddish brown color to my hair, and I have green eyes.
Somebody fertilized this woman quickly.
What? Calm down. If you could have seen me on camera, my face went, what?
I am not going to comment. I,
It's
I
all good.
definitely
The
I
joke
made a
is
Jolly
that
Rancher shoot across the room.
I'm going to shut up now.
It's all good, boy. That was hilarious.
I don't
Oh,
know how to
Shetty.
pronounce. Sorry, what?
I was just saying hi to Shetty.
Oh, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Do you live in
Notch
India?
is fine. Notch is fine.
Notch. All right, cool. Are you familiar with the Vedas?
I mean, not too familiar. I know what the Vedas are a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask something specific that had to do with circumcisions and the piloting of the Vimanas. That's also echoed in Zoroastrian texts, and yeah, because I've been listening to Cliff High lately, and he was saying that in the Vedas and the Zoroastrian text, the Elohim or whatever had us start to be circumcised because it takes the end of our vagus nerve system off, and there's enough nerves in the tip that once removed makes us unable to pilot their vimanas that are controlled by a mind interface, and that's operated like through our hypothalamus, and the vagus nerve system is connected to that and is kind of like the antenna for it, and why we get the gut feelings and stuff like that
Yeah.
seems to be based on what's around us and everything. And I was wondering if there was truth to that, because sometimes I don't know if Cliff Eye is getting things from his remote viewing or whether he's actually reading it, because he won't share the exact portion. Well, he's hard to talk to anyway unless he knows who you are already. So but he just doesn't really seem to answer my questions on where exactly to find that in the Vedas or the Zoroastrian text.
I have not come across that information about circumcision in the Vedas, but obviously Vimanas are, flying ships, and they have talked about it in the Mahabharatas, and
Right.
and I do think that there's there could be some truth to that, about like because like we like our hearts, for example, like we have a lot of nerves there. We have, I think, more nerve connections in our heart than we do in our brains, actually. So, you know, it's hard to say. Like the way I look at all this is like when I look at India and kind of like our history, there seems to be a kind of like an Aryan like group of people that went all over the place, and
Right.
then the languages start to like split off, and
Like the
Sanskrit,
divas or
and even
something.
yeah, the devas, that's basically gods, right? Arya means like noble, and Aryans are the people who are noble, so
Right.
like it's a kind of a moniker or a kind of like a title for a group of people. But I would very much associate them with the white race and the Hyperboreans and such. So because even in the Buddhist monuments and such, like the stupas, they all have blue eyes. They don't have
I
brown eyes. They have all blue eyes.
Something that was under
Uh,
my understanding is that like Yeshua, that character, supposedly he was, according to what I was reading, he was the Buddha, which to my understanding is basically the same title as the Christ in a way. And like he was the one before Siddhartha Gautama, or however you pronounce that. And I didn't know if that was possible or true or whatever.
can you say that again? Can you rephrase that? I'm not sure if I
Like
entirely understood you.
I recently came across information. Well, I read somewhere that Yeshua or Jesus, whatever you want to term him as, was the Buddha before Siddhartha, and I didn't know if that was even possible due to the timelines because I'm
Ah,
not familiar with the timelines there.
okay, yeah. So, like Buddha is just a kind of a title that there's been thousands of Buddhas before the main Buddha, and then there are thousands of Buddhas that will come after Buddha. So Buddha is just kind of like it comes from a
That's why I
Bud or
specified
intelligence. So
Siddhartha.
yeah,
I,
Siddhartha Gautama. Yeah, go ahead.
I wish I could say it like you did, but yeah, I was just meaning that I had read that when he had gone over to that area, they had considered him the Buddha before Siddhartha, and like that he was just had gone to the east and learned like Reiki and Qigong and things like that, and was just better at it because I mean, face it, people back then had way more time to be focused on such things and would ultimately be a lot better than modern practitioners anyway. But and it was
Yeah.
my understanding that the Christ and Buddha are basically the same sort of title, and I was just seeing your thoughts on that based on the information I came across that he was never uh, wasn't dead whenever he was taken down after the third day because Joseph was rich and paid off somebody, and they ended up going back to his home in Coptic Cairo to rest up and have child with Mary, and then they went to Ireland. That was
Yes.
the basis.
So like the story of Jesus is a very complex story, and we were always already looking at the astrotheology aspect of that, and how the churches have actually obfuscated. It's like they're going to take him and they're going to use him for their own purposes, type of deal, and they're going to incorporate Jesus and then mix him in with all the other deities, right? Being born on December 25th, et cetera, et cetera. So there's that aspect of it. There's the other aspect of what you're talking about is that Jesus came to India. So there's the missing years of Jesus. Like in the Bible, they talk about Jesus up to age 12, and then he reappears at 29, and then he is crucified at 33. So, like, there's the missing years of Jesus, and then the Jesus lived in India. Those stories. So
The
I
Gospel
have
of the Sacred 12
one.
covers all those years in the East.
What's that?
The Gospel of the Sacred 12, I believe it's called, was one of the books that covers all of his years in the East and Coptic Cairo, and it kind of coincides with what people in Coptic Cairo to this day, have as their oral tradition. So I was just asking what you knew about it from like the perspective of like Vedic culture, stuff like that.
Well, Vedas is much older, and it comes from like an oral tradition prior to like Jesus. You know, like
Well,
if you look at the,
I
go
just
ahead.
didn't know the timing, like, because I believe that even the story of Jesus even can be likened to the supposed real life of Odin. I mean, all the parallels are there too. Just like Yahweh can be likened to Moloch because there's parallels that they both share in the stories about them too. So, um, I I don't know. I'm just trying to place things. Like I'm undecided whether I believe um, I believe Yeshua was just a person, like maybe even like Siddhartha, but like I feel like the story of Jesus, like with a J as it's told now, is yes, definitely an adaptation of something much older. And I do see that it's possible that it was all indoctrination from the get, but um, yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of exploring that, and so many people have argued with me like that because I'm so used to talking to people that can't even read the text in the Bible properly and just go by whatever their pastor says or something and what their families say or whatever. And I'm just not used to having people that can actually have a conversation on it. So I was just hoping to hear what you knew or thought.
Well, I'm not going to claim much, and like it's just all hearsay type of stuff. So I think there are multiple angles to this story. That's what I'm really getting at is that I think Jesus actually did exist, a real, genuine human being. Was he from the Middle East? I'm a little bit skeptical of that. The whole story of like Bethlehem being in Israel, but like if I go into that a little bit more, basically it's based on the research that's done by Anatoly Fomenko I talked about before, and he basically puts the whole biblical stuff not in the Middle East but in Europe, and the real Israelites were all like European and Eastern Europeans, and the Slavs are involved. And I think that's part of the reason why there's a heavy emphasis of like Orthodox Christianity in Russia and Ukraine and all that, because
I
according to
agree.
him, Jesus existed, like he actually came from Ukraine, and he was the king of the Slavs about 1,000 years ago, before the parasites took over. But there seems to be, you know, um, there are reports of this Saint Isa who has come to India, and he has traveled all over the place, and he spent a lot of time here, and he learned yogic techniques here, and then maybe he went back to wherever. But like what's interesting to me is that there is a very strong relationship between the Rus or the Russian and the
Mhm.
Indians. Is that the Indo European kind of like a relationship. So a lot of, like, for example, Lithuanian language is they share like hundreds of words that are basically exactly the same in meaning and sound as Sanskrit. Okay, and a lot of the rivers and mountains are very much the same as like Sanskrit names, and then some of the names there as well. So this is the idea that the Aryan language got split off, and then it went into different directions, and then it became individualized at that time, blah blah blah. And then like this character whom we call Jesus as we know it could be multiple characters that are all kind of put together into one to give you
I
one image,
remember watching
or it's
that
very complicated.
somewhere. Yeah, I agree with what you say there. I think isn't there like a video version of a lot of flamenco's work somewhere out there?
There might be. You can look at the books. His website is called newchronologia.org, I believe, and then you can check out some of the stuff over there. But like, it's heavy stuff. It's a very heady stuff, and you do need to like kind of sit down and sift through it. I haven't
Yeah,
gone through it all. There are like
I've
20.
seen some videos.
There are videos. You just have to type in Anatoly Fomenko, and it's history dash science or fiction or science, and you should be able to find some videos.
Excellent.
I also am a big fan of Seth Speaks. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Seth Speaks by Jane Roberts.
No,
No.
no.
No, okay. So Jane Roberts was like kind of like a clairvoyant, kind of like the Sleeping Prophet type of deal. Edgar Casey. She
Yeah,
was an American, and when she went into channeling mode, she was doing automatic writing, and then she was able to channel this spirit called Seth, and Seth talks about like spirituality and religion, and Seth also talks about Jesus, and according to Seth, Jesus is a kind of an amalgamation of three different characters all put together, because they were all saintly and they all share the same soul. Like according to Seth, that uh, uh like just because we have one body, that doesn't mean that same soul isn't being shared with another body somewhere else, which is kind of a very weird concept. Maybe this is the idea of having twin flames and stuff like that out there. So it's an interesting thought, but I do think there's a lot of validity to the things that are said there
I
and
just
said.
worry about channeling because you never know who you're speaking to exactly. Like the Nine, they did the Law of One, but supposedly Aleister Crowley and Maria Orsic and all them uh, channeled the Nine one day, and that's how we got the story of both Star Wars and Star Trek being like the versions that we know today are supposedly adapted from that channeling session back in the day, which used to have articles all about it, especially amongst esoteric circles who studied Aleister Crowley, like back when I got started when I was real young. And now you can't find them anywhere since, I'm assuming, since the purge of 2017. But even Rex Bear remembers reading about it. There was like firsthand accounts from people that were there that verified it. Now you can't find a single thing on it anywhere.
Yeah, I can't claim that it was good or bad channeling. I think we do
Yeah,
have white magicians and dark magicians and all that, and then Aleister Crowley, everybody knows, is a person who's on the other side and does bad things, involving all kinds of
a
stuff.
lot of it
So
could have been showmanship and just notoriety because he was obsessed with himself. Like I feel like he just was a lot of talk.
I don't know. I maybe that's true, but like you don't have people like Albert Pike, who's able to speak like 20 different languages and writing dog morals and dogma, and then he's predicted like back in 1800s already how World War I and World War II and World War III is going to happen. Without some help behind them. Like these
Right.
people are connected in ways that is maybe beyond normal
I'm
human
not saying
comprehension.
they're frauds or anything. I was just meaning like you never know exactly who it is that you're channeling through you if you are a channeler. Like I've just always been taught not to trust anything that you actually hear speaking anything unless it's straight into your head. Then, well, I guess you're not technically hearing anything except through someone's body, but I don't know how it would work in that instance anyway. So
Well, I mean, again, like you have to be like we have voice to skull technology nowadays, and then
exactly.
there are ways to um yeah, so like you still have to use your own discernment about what information that you're receiving, and you have to use your faculties the best you can to determine whether that source of information is legit or not legit, good or not good, pure or impure, etc. But there has to be a decision that is made by each individual at some point, that because we have to come to a conclusion with ourselves about whether or not we are in the side of good or bad. And how do you come to that knowledge? How do you come to that understanding?
Exactly. Uh, Definitely following your gut is definitely the big thing there. Like I've always followed Edgar Casey because he was so simple of a person, not really into that stuff, and he was very good man, and he had some profound things and was able to heal so many people. So I've always gravitated a lot towards him and everything there as far as that sort of thing goes.
Well, I mean, we have in this reality very much like a polarity and some of people who pretend and people who, take advantage, right? And then there are like snake oil salesmen out there, and then they are duping people, and then there are those people who are innocent and they are being duped, and there are people who are wise who see things for what they are. We have all iterations already here. This is part of
Exactly.
this like matrix that we have found ourselves. But at the end of the day, you have to make the decision which, whom you're going to believe and why you believe. But generally, these good people tend to share very similar, if not more or less, same qualities with each other. It doesn't matter if they're from America or Europe or Asia, because like 2 plus 2 is the same everywhere. Okay, like logic works the same everywhere. Like it doesn't just change because the languages change and stuff like that. It
Right.
still has to pass the smell test, and then also, what are the intentions? Are you able to determine the genuine intentions of an individual or not? And that's going to be enough. Because we used to, all of us used to live in a kind of a world where we could read each other's minds. In this physical reality, that is obscured a little bit because we're here to have like different lessons here. This is the best way to wise up, to develop, not just to be able to read people's minds, because sometimes, maybe that's not going to be very pleasant, and being able to hear everybody's minds all the time, but to come to your own, like standing on your own strength, standing on your own reason, standing on your own being, to come to a kind of a resonance where like you can determine for yourself confidently that you're going in the right direction. You had to work through that yourself.
Beyond like just telepathy as most people understand it, I feel like it's more like what the Sasquatch people have been said to do, like project entire experiences with the feelings and pictures and everything all at once, rather than just speaking with the mind. I feel like it used to be more like that, like a more powerful form of empathy. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, like empathy is definitely interconnected to like it means you're connected. That's what empathy is, that you are able to feel another person's feelings in a way, so like the people who are lacking empathy, because it's a spectrum. On one hand, you're absolutely empathetic, which means that you can literally feel what other person is feeling. Okay. On the other end of that spectrum, you have like basically a psychopath who have completely cut off in any way, like a robot. Like there's no connection whatsoever.
You see
Most of
the
us are
one.
somewhere in between.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I'm starting to wonder if like the people that I usually refer to as like the Khazarian mafia or whatever, going all the way back to the Ajiji that were supposedly, according to the stories, left back behind whenever the Elohim or whatever left, and they left them in charge, and there's supposedly some genetic issue where they stopped producing females, so they had to start breeding with humanity. And maybe the people that don't have inner monologue are like the ones with the strongest amount of that genetic um, part of them, and maybe that's why that usually results in complete psychopath like behavior and stuff like that, due to lack of inner monologue, and maybe they're just different genetically in a way that they don't share the same abilities as we do, and also would be why the Elohim were so afraid and paranoid before taking off that we would kill them. Other than, I hear they also had trouble breathing our atmosphere, and it was very easy to kill them, and also why they didn't like interacting with people very much and all that stuff. I don't know. That's just what I've
Yeah.
heard lately, anyway.
Well, I mean, there's definitely a genetic component to humanity in general. I mean, we do have the different races, and the this whole idea of like humans having evolved from Lucy, or a couple million years ago, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But there's a reason why a lot of these elites and monarchs back in the day were interbreeding with each other, because they were very much obsessed about keeping that genetic line. And even till this day, a lot of the presidents are basically
The-
related to each other,
all but
cousins of
one
each
have
other,
the
right?
same common ancestor. Yes.
Yeah. So it's a kind of a aristocratic institution that we have found ourselves in, and then like they want to keep everything quote unquote within the family, right? Their family of things, and I believe that their genetics actually is like probably why they're chosen is that it resonates well with some of the entities that whom they're dealing with, because when you talk to people who are breaking out from the family and they were MK Ultra and stuff like that, there seems to be this demon possession type of thing that goes on, that is invoking demons and then putting demons into people.
Hmm.
Whether you believe that to be a thing, I believe that to be a thing. And why that is able to happen is maybe there's a resonance with these specific DNA uh, you know lineage with the demons. I think that's a very big possibility.
I agree completely. Like I have been, from my studies, I've come to the conclusion that maybe the Capensis, the long skulled ones, are the source of like stories of reptilians, as well as maybe that was the Ajiji or the elites and all that. And since at some point in history we stopped seeing the long skulls, but in certain sets of people, like usually among the elites, they end up having slightly larger cranial capacity, or so it appears, than everyone else. Like the senior Rockefeller, the shape of his skull is kind of elongated looking, and from who I can find, he was one of the last generations to actually have noticeably elongated skulls, and had to hide it with hair or hats, things like that. But um, like it makes sense to me if they were bred out, and that's why everyone's trying so hard to discredit like these UFO conference like showings like that. Hassan and like Brian Forrester, how they were on the project down there in the Andes, or that general area, with all the skulls. They try so hard to discredit it. The second they surprise people, like with the Mexican Disclosure Conference, they instantly were like discrediting that in the news and saying that it was a fake, even though you didn't hear later on that the scientists had actually got to examine it and shown that they weren't like put together from multiple species, and that it was an actual creature as far as they can tell. You didn't hear that in the news.
Yeah, I
But
mean, with any of these, there are genuine researchers who are out there trying to figure out what the hell's going on, and then they create these like organizations and they get together. But again, they do get infiltrated, with agents,
exactly.
sleeper agents as well, and sometimes there are all kinds of tactics that can be used to discredit an organization, and sometimes they just add information that is not there, and then and people get kind of latched onto it, and then later on, it becomes like a hoax, and then that can also discredit that
Like
movement
with
or that
Chariots of the
organization.
Gods and the addition of them having us mine for gold, and how that was discredited because of that entirely.
Well, yeah,
In a
that you're
way.
talking about Zachariah Sitchin,
Stitching,
right?
yeah, yeah. All of his work has been discredited, like in mainstream, because only because he added the parts, and no one knows where he got his funding from. So for all we know, he was some kind of plant, writing the actual story
He
and
is.
putting bullshit in to obscure things.
Well, he was part of a secret organization, and the way even these people, the way they're manipulated themselves is that, like, from some of the reports I've heard, like I don't think Zachariah Sitchin was actually able to read cuneiforms. Like he like it was a claim that he was one of only a couple hundred people in the world who can actually read cuneiforms, and maybe he was able to, but like him being already in some kind of like a Freemasonic organization, and you see him
He had a lot of
with like,
funding, and no one can explain where it came from. So
yeah, so this is all like a kind of like, red flags, right? And maybe they were genuine to a degree, but maybe they were used, right? So like they could, if you start tainting information and mix it with some with their genuine research, but that's also injected with their own stuff, like how do you sift out the difference, like
Exactly.
how do you keep the bathwater and the baby, and so it becomes kind of already tainted that way.
That's why I really like to go back to the original text and start from the beginning. Like I'm glad that you can get like translations that agree like all over the internet of at least like the Sumerian tablets and stuff like that, and it's a little better known. But like I don't know how far I should trust like a source like Martin Biglino, the ex translator officially to the Vatican, and his Naked Bible and stuff. I I don't know.
Probably not
Like,
much. I mean, like,
right.
like if you look at the history of like the Vatican, and you have
What?
this free. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just meaning like he's the book The Naked Bible doesn't even agree with like what the Vatican says, and I wonder if that's why he lost his job. But like it says Adonai is the same as Al Arion or El Arion, whatever the name was, the head of the Anunnaki supposedly, or the Elohim, whichever. And he was talking about how God's glory in the story of Moses was basically translated from Proto-Hebrew like words for like something in the sky that was flying, and how his face was really bright red when he came down from the mountain, and that was supposedly due to radiation burns from the ship, and why he couldn't look at it directly on, and things like that. It's all explained in the Fifth Kind channel, where he has Martin Biglino actually on there. But um
Well,
yeah.
I have issues with. I mean, I like when I was in my 20s, I was very much into ufology, and I was looking into that, and I've been a flat earther, you can say, for the past nearly 10 years, like almost 9 years, for sure, like since 2014. And I'm not here to convince anybody, but like because of my cosmology has changed, and like, the way I look at the sky clock, and how I believe like astrology and all that has to work within that sky clock like frame. Like I look at like UFOs, and these are real phenomenons, like UAPs and orbs, eyewitness accounts. I very much do believe in that, but now my thinking has shifted from them coming from Andromeda or the Pleiades, or Zeta Reticuli and all this, and then coming like millions and millions light years away, come to Earth and crash land and Roswell and stuff like that doesn't make sense.
I
Okay,
agree.
so I think there's multiple things happening there. There could be extraterrestrial, like beyond the Arctic, breakaway civilizations. There could be, of course, there could be like a above top secret government, technology that is also kind of gaslighting people and
Oh,
abducting
that's a
people.
definite. I too many
Yeah.
whistleblowers have stated that fact and testified to Congress recently for it to not be a thing. I don't know. Raytheon's some pretty bad people at the top.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's how the whole pyramid scheme actually works. It's the compartmentalization, and then left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, but there's actually very few people who are actually calling the shots, while nobody else seems to know exactly what they're doing and what they're doing for. So uh, I mean, this is how the whole system was created from bottom up, uh, to create that monolithic structure, right? And but
Right.
again, that's been going on for a very long time. I would say very nearly 1,000 years has been going on, because like they've given us fake cosmology, they've given us like fake history, they've given us fake science, fake religion, fake spirituality, you name it. Every aspect of your life has been controlled from the get go. So people who are waking up now is like kind of like starting to realize, oh my gosh, the whole reality has been obfuscated, more or less.
I agree. I agree. I just can't discount like the there being a space model, only because like I know one of the people that's on my think tank for the site, Eric Hecker, like he's worked in Antarctica for on multiple occasions, like, and he having been there, like I feel like that kills like a lot of the ice wall thing and
Yeah,
how much
he
exploring
actually
is
is
done.
one of the sorry, really quick, Aaron. He's one of the main whistleblowers right now on the DEWs. The we'll just leave it at that. And real quick, we got to say hello, McCoy.
Oh, I didn't even notice someone else popped on. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Sorry, that's the only reason.
Peace to everyone. I don't want to interrupt real quick. Y'all going in, but peace to everyone on the panel, everyone in the chat. Thanks for having me, Esra. Mindful Exposures. Appreciate you.
Definitely appreciate you coming up. You're
Good
not
to have you.
interrupting. That's why I want to make sure you got to say hi. Aaron, I know wasn't trying to be rude.
Oh, you're good. And the other aspects beyond like just that is like the concept that everyone's so used to looking at like globes and maps and stuff like that. I feel like from the context I've heard from people that claim to have been in space that it's so large that you can't even that unless you're way further than the moon or around the moon area, you can't even really begin to tell um, see like all the sides of the planet because it's so large and it's hard to even get the concept, especially having never been off planet, that how big it really is and why no one, like the data they give us in the books, saying like you should have so much curvature after so much distance, blah blah blah. I don't know, I hate math, so um i i I believe that's definitely like nonsense and disinformation. But like I've also personally spoke to people that listened to the medical channel on shortwave back when they were doing the moon landings, and I think a lot of the controversy there is they found the Elohim or someone on the moon, and like they were talking about them on the medical channel, and I believe that's why they had to get rid of a lot of the original footage and why we only see like modified footage and where things have obviously been taken out or changed, things like that. I think they just couldn't tell the entire truth because I mean there's been too many people that I've talked to that actually heard the conversation where they were talking about other beings and ships parked all along the other side of this crater, and plus the craters on the moon are shaped as if they had been mined, and if theoretically you had a ship and the ship was a planetoid like the moon or something, and uh, it would explain the time before the moon stories that most of the native cultures on the planet have, and how all craters, they always have an impact coming in from an angle, and all the craters on the moon
Yeah,
are,
at a 90-degree angle. At a
yeah,
90-degree angle.
exactly, and that indicates to me, or from what I've always heard and my own studies, that it's been mined like that, and plus the lights that go on and off, which has been way more active lately, and the shimmer you see going across, like the glitch or whatever, is actually a projection that is put up there so that we won't see when there is too much activity there, and it would also account for why I would see like different phases of the moon twice in one night. Like I have so much footage of it rising in the eastern sky between 3:30 a.m. and 5 a.m. Eastern time. So like it's been eye opening since I had heard like more about the moon, mostly from Cliff High, but I got to keep in mind that some of his stuff, and he doesn't say which, comes from remote viewing, and I don't know how much credence can be given to that exactly, like all the time anyway. So
Well,
I
I
just
don't.
go ahead.
No, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not entirely convinced that the moon is a actual physical, place. So I believe the moon landing was completely fake, and so like Stanley Kubrick, I think, was a part of that with Werner von Braun and Disney, and they had to do it that way to convince,
Also,
get the whole patriot movement going. Like, we're better than the Ruskies and blah blah blah. But I mean, they're like these, both Russia and America were controlled by the same people, and
They
you know,
still
you
are.
can, yeah, they still are,
And I
you know,
know
but I'm
that.
talking about back, yeah,
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, and I know that
yeah,
McCoy thinks that believes that it's all a stage and all actors, which is what I feel. And I was just gonna get at that the whole moon thing that people do not realize. The one thing that is pretty credible to just put on the plate right away is that that footage, that film, would not have survived the radiation back and forth. Or if it did,
yeah,
it would have been highly compromised. And there was some footage shown of them in that where they when they came out of the atmosphere, and it was very different from the footage on the moon, which was very crisp.
Well, I believe the reasoning for that is because they knew what was on the moon already. If the Greada Treaty actually was signed by members of our government, you know, where they can supposedly abduct so many people a year, which they never abided by, and all this other stuff, like the rumors all over the internet said, like, then we would have known that there was someone on the moon already and pre-filmed something, and maybe when the astronauts uh, came back or whatever, they were so upset looking because they weren't allowed to tell the truth of what really happened up there. Because that conversation on shortwave, you can hear, well, according to the people I've talked to, you could hear the fear in their voice at first sight of these other beings just sitting there staring at them from the other side of the crater. And I mean, I feel like the truth is somewhere in between the two, and
Can I
that's the best explanation I can come up with so far.
can I can I add this real quick to throw in with your moon thing? Buzz Aldrin, you familiar with Buzz Aldrin, right?
Yeah,
Okay, Buzz Aldrin stepped on the moon. You think it's just a coincidence that his mother's name was Marion Moon then?
I was not aware of that.
I know a lot of us ain't aware of this little fairy
But
tales that they
also
told us.
Joe Rogan, and what's his name? The rich guy that bought X. I'm blanking. Why can't I? Elon. They actually have names along with several of the other names that are big on this planet that coincide with the names of a 1920s. I think that's the year. All black like baseball team, which is really strange. And there's supposedly some big conspiracy like among the elites, like with Biden and all these people, because he mentioned the name of that baseball team when he was talking to the Pope, and the Pope just acted like, you know, he was being crazy. But I find all the coincidences like between all the people that we see in media today, all these talking heads. I feel like there's definitely a lot more going on, and it's all related in that aspect. But
No,
then
so
again,
no. I just want to ask you. I mean, I just wanted to just if you would respond to the fact that how does that? I mean, I know you said you didn't know that that was what it was, but you know, Buzz Aldrin, his mother's name was Marion Moon. That doesn't have an effect on you where you're like, wait, hold on, what are the chances of this Buzz Aldrin stepping on the moon and his mother's name was Marion Moon? That's just, I mean, come on. I mean,
it,
that's
it
just,
is
come on,
crazy,
man.
but look at all the seeming like not coincidences. I call it synchronicities that happen in day-to-day life, though. Like, I mean, there was a lot of
So you think,
people
hold on,
that
you don't
changed their
think
name to Moon back in the day
just like
too.
in 9/11, right? Okay, those two buildings went down. Fine. You don't think they overdid it by selling us that building 7 also went down? And
Oh,
in this
I
situation,
think
hold
that's
on
all
one more, hold on
craziness
one more. So then
there.
now you don't think they kind of overdid it with the moon by having this president call them from here to the moon? I mean, I mean, don't you think they sometimes just sell it too much where you're like, all right, you shouldn't have did that part.
Well, they
You,
had the technology to communicate back and forth with radio waves. I mean, that's completely possible. I
oh,
mean,
okay. All right, that's cool.
it,
Not how you
well,
pronounce her name?
well,
Natashika.
I don't think like a live call like sort of deal could have taken place. That could have been pre-recorded or whatever. But yeah, I don't believe that they could have brought film back from there. But there was live broadcast, and you can bounce at least lasers if you have the good enough laser with direct positioning off the mirror that they put up there supposedly.
Oh, not just how you pronounce your name? Not just Kita, not
It's
Chiquita, not
it's not
Chiquita, man.
it's not Chitchat, but you can just call me Notch.
Notch. Yeah, salute to you, man.
Salute to
I,
you, sir.
yeah, I've been listening all this whole time, man, to every word that has been spoken from start to this point, man. And I'm telling you, man, you've been on fire, man. Salute to you, man. You're the reason. You're partly why I hit this link, man, because I want to take part into this fire that you was building. It seemed like,
Hell
man,
yeah.
it's some people, man, they didn't want you to keep building that fire, though, man. They kept putting it out, but I just want to let you know, man, I appreciate your perspective and where you are with your understanding of what's being played out in front of our eyes right now, and the importance that you seem to be putting on it. And I really appreciate that, because that's where I'm at right now. This is the most important thing to me right now, is the truth. Nothing else is takes priority in my life and right now, but
Oops,
seeking
you
the
cut out.
truth.
Yeah, you got kicked out and popped back in.
Oh, okay. But I was just placing the emphasis that I appreciate the fact that you're focused on this truth, and you're on the level where you're seeing it. That's just the royalties. That's where I'm at with it now. Is that it's the royal family, that they're playing out, and earlier someone mentioned that they're normal, but I don't consider them normal, because these entities are living for centuries. There's something that they know and something that they do, man. So anyway, man, I just came to salute you, man. Appreciate you, man. You was building a fire in me as I was listening, man, and everyone else. You know what I mean? But I detected something in Notch that I really appreciated, man. So salute to you.
Thank you
I
very
share
much for
his
your.
sentiment. Sorry, I was gonna say I share his sentiment completely. Like, I'm happy to have met you.
Yeah, we're having a great conversation, and I want to thank Sarah for hosting this channel. And I'm glad that Sarah and I were able to connect on another channel. And
Yeah.
we have this time now to learn from each other, and it's a bit of a process, because we all have our own preconceived notion of, like, based on like what we have learned. And again, like, it's good to kind of keep things on the back burner a little bit, let it cook, and maybe it will you know turn into something else later on, right?
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
in regards to Esra, though, I know Esra. This is a subject. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't think she wants to travel down this road. I don't
Oh,
think
take
so.
it there, McCoy.
No,
I don't
no,
think
no.
you
Hold on. Here's
understand
the
how
reason.
much I want people to challenge it.
I
Challenge.
understand,
Bring
but
it.
I know, but it seemed earlier from my perspective, every time that Notch would try to build this fire, you just, you just, and I know Boy does not want
No,
to
no.
partake. I'm sorry. What someone said?
Well,
No,
Maybe.
no.
no. I'm just saying, like, we're in order to build a fire, you need to put all the pieces together, right? Like, you need the wood, and you need the fuel, and all this stuff, and we're building the fire together. It's not I, the only one who's building the fire. We're here to build the
No,
fire together,
I'm
right? And
speaking
see,
on. I'm
I'm not on
speaking on.
my
I'm
100%
speaking on a.
game.
I'm speaking on a particular fire, though. Yes, you all have been building a
okay.
fire, but there's a certain fire that fuels me, and that's the fire I'm because you all have touched a lot of subjects, but there's a certain
Yeah.
subject. There's a certain subject that Notch seems to go in, and it's like they try to, it's. I detect it. I know what I'm referring to.
It might be me trying to be inclusive, and I'm, stirring the conversation away from him when I shouldn't be. So that's probably what you're sensing. I'm not, like I said, I'm not maybe like as, and see, when you hear McCoy, he brings the energy. And that's something I admire in how he conducts his shows, and something I am trying to get myself up to be a little bit more like, on
What's
the
his
next
channel?
Pareidolia Dreams. Just kidding.
No, it's the and the thing is, I know the underlying, because when Esra was on my panel, I asked her directly, does she think that she has an enemy? And and she doesn't really. I know that the underground was like, yeah, on the surface, physically there's an enemy, but spiritually there isn't an enemy. So I know that's where we last left it. And so that's Nachi.
But here's the good thing.
That's my. that's my area that that's the lane that I'm always in. So my ears always perks up when people start talking about the elites and the royals and seeking the truth. That's the only
So
that's
McCoy,
what gets me.
I think sometimes it gets a little skewed, but I think we are on the same page more than you realize. And the fact that my perspective of quote unquote an enemy is still some sort of like dark versus light, and that is something I constantly am acknowledging, that you cannot get away from that polarity in this current setup. But I think that the only difference is that what I'm actually saying is, what if the story is literally being laid out in front of us, the actors, right, and the story laid out in front of us, so that we are observing to make it observable. We are literally manifesting exactly what they want. That's what I'm getting at. By continuing to talking about it, which I know you get, because I know you are on the same path as me, is like, what are we doing to move forward? And something you might have heard maybe or missed this a little bit, but we're talking about actually doing like a group manifestation to sort of put that sort of peace factor. Because what's the power of group prayer? I know a lot of you know this and have seen it yourselves. And this is why in my interviews, I asked some of you, have you been witness to a miracle yourself, or do you know somebody who has?
I see it every day in life all around me, in my opinion.
Sorry, I got heated. I'm not trying to yell at you or anything, McCoy. Okay, like I'm just saying, I think that we are on the same page. And I'm not saying that you're doing that either. By the way, I'm just saying that's why I see it a little differently. So it's like I definitely cannot deny that there is a polarity.
I love dialectic discourse.
So this conversation about for example, like to me, at least this is how my brain works. There are so many different subjects that you can kind of go into fractal, go down and dig. But I like to try to put all the pieces together in a big picture way. That's also very important for me to be able to put things in a frame where I'm like looking at it and like I can put it in front of me. I can like move it around and see what's happening and how everything is interconnected. And there's, several times in my life I had to completely drop everything and then rebuild. And I think we've all gone through that process before because and sometimes when we go into a certain information and we hold on to it because we've invested our time and energy. It's like a professor who spent 12 years getting his PhD about a certain past history that never really actually may have existed, and he doesn't. Last thing he wants to know or want to hear is like somebody telling him that this is all fake science or this is all fake reality that's just been completely fabricated, right? And we all have a bit of that within us. And so to be objective is not an easy thing, so hopefully we can try to help each other to, be accountable, to be more objective and such. And currently, at least from my research, is that yes, there are global elites who exist and they're bloodlines that go back in time. We don't know how far it goes, we don't even know who they are exactly, and they're very secretive and they just keep it in the family and such. And then there are other organizations who are the front organizations and they manifest in the form of government and corporations. There's an appearance that they are all separate, because they got different logos on them, they have different labels on them, and and they have different presidents and CEOs, but they're all owned by the same people. So are they working together? I think they are. Right.
Yeah, see, that's and I didn't really get on here to cause any kind of disruption or anything. I just was just placing that I identified something in Notch that I appreciated, and that's not saying I'm knocking anyone else in that essence, but just what he just said. There are globe, so I share that same like-minded thinking, and so I'm not in search, but I hope to attract those on that has because you don't want to I don't have time to convince anyone. I don't even want to make time to convince anyone. But if there's someone else on this road with me that sees what I see, I want to link up with that individual, because what else? I want to pick their minds, because there might be things that they know that I haven't discovered yet. And so that's all I'm saying. I recognize something in Notch, and I want to hear more from him on that level. You know, I've seen him in other places, but what you're bringing out of him right here, Esra, that's what I, because you know, I've lurked here and there where he's in other panels with like the Bentons and the Paul Unslaves, but I've never heard this side of him yet. So I have an appreciation. I'm identifying, and I'm hoping I link up with him, because I mean, I think, because where I'm at with it, Notch, man, yes, it's the royal family, man. Donald Trump
That's
is
awesome.
Donald Trump is played by Stefano Grimaldi, who faked his death back in 1990. All these people, Prince Andre Grimaldi, Casaraghi of Monaco, that's who plays the role of Santos Bonacci. Look, man, yes, the royal family, man. We think it's the
Santos
Illuminati.
Bonacci,
We
man.
think,
Santos.
we think it's the Illuminati. We think it's the Masons. Yo, they took oaths. So who did they take the oath? The royal family, man. I'm telling you, man. Salute to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you, Esra, for your time.
We appreciate you.
Definitely.
His links in the chat, guys.
I'm subbed to
Check 'em
everyone in here that's up there now, I think. Except for the one who keeps coming up with the dark video screen. No.
Oh, Voy.
Not here anymore. Yeah,
Yeah, Voy.
haven't.
Oh, I didn't get to say that Voy dipped out. He didn't. I did put his link in the chat as well, and I can always post it again, guys. I'll post everyone who's been here today again.
I would like
Salima
that.
was in here, McCoy, and Salima came from McCoy's channel. I really appreciate that sync up, because Salima is super cool and very, very, very intelligent. So sorry, what was I going to get at? So anyway,
like,
that is
yeah,
one
go ahead.
thing I'll say. McCoy is one of my favorite things, has always been to reveal who Trump really is, because of his syncs. There's that, like, he had Wilbur Ross as his direct assistant, and that was like the executive assistant to the Rockefellers, and then the Uranium One connection, which the Clinton Foundation and Trump both had connections with, that exposed that, and then that also connects them to Russia. And this is kind of why I was doing my whole, and that's what's this this whole stream was, to reshow the footage, and I'm still gonna do that at some point, guys. So like, I think at this point I'll just like do a premiere of it. But I did want to talk. I did want to get into a deeper conversation on this. I'm really glad. I feel so fortunate that I've had such an awesome panel come up. So thank you, guys. And that was a really awesome compliment, McCoy. Thank you for saying that. I was bringing it out because somebody was like, "You got Voy and Notch to hang out. Don't know what that is. Doesn't matter. We don't care. We're moving forward." But regardless, that also made me feel good. So, cheers, guys.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
great.
we don't need to highlight that too much. It's okay. It's water under the bridge, and we're moving forward.
Right.
And you know, like different people with different energies, they bring up these different topics. And you know, I go to different panels, and we talk about all kinds of stuff. So my interest is varied. I have a lot of interest in like psychology or history or whatnot. So like here we're talking about kind of like occult stuff, which is a probably a favorite topic for most of us here.
Right.
And don't forget environment. You know, yes, people play a role, but the environment you're in also sometimes plays a major role in bringing out the best in you. And Esra has created an environment. And every time she comes through to my place, yo, she blazes a fire, man. I mean, so I just not
You are a fire, McCoy. Thank you.
I'm smiling real big, like I agree.
Yeah, we got bamboozled, man, and you know, you don't have to believe it or take it. You know, that's where I'm at, though. Just like some people spend their time on whether the Earth is flat or if it's a globe, I spend my time trying to seek out these beings that are trying to inform, the ones who put masks over our face. All right, keep it simple.
McCoy, how do you feel? Yes, definitely. Okay. And I'm not gonna deny that there's some other force, and I just don't know what it is. I'm just describing it differently too. But how do you feel about like the idea of us breaking off, even like now, into communities, and not necessarily one big, giant festival, but more like these individual setups, and we sort of build these blueprints together and discuss that kind of layout, that sort of the idea is, as structured as we can. Well,
I
say
think
that.
I think it's rooted in the fact that we see that something's wrong. It's not natural, so therefore we're going to have to create our own. And so that's what there's a need for that. It's not a want at this point. It's a need. So for you to spearhead that and even put
Yeah.
that in our minds, that's just great. And we need more people thinking that, look, we are capable of being independent from the system. We have been addicted to this system, and we have to break from this addiction. So yes, it's definitely a need, not even a want. That's what I'm on. That's the only option
Right.
right now. I no longer want to partake in this system. This is an abusive
Yes.
system. Everything they've given me is garbage. The food, the clothes, the environment. They lied to me. They deceived me. Why would I want to continue in that relationship? So no, that's the only option right now, is to create our own community. And that's the biggest threat to the system, is independence. They know
There
that
you go.
our dependence upon the system is what keeps it alive. And they know that. We can't even feed ourselves. We can't even feed our babies. You think they'll ever respect us? So nah, I'm on that. That's what I'm on.
I think
That's
the
why.
advantage we have is they're out of touch with reality from everything that they've uh, done to seclude themselves from us so they can keep on doing what they want. And I think that's our advantage and what we need to concentrate on in the future when we do make those plans or whatever.
You know, in the Bible, they talk about how we
It's
should
kind of like a
become
job
as
now.
wise
Sorry,
as
really
serpents.
quick. Just
Go
like what
ahead.
we're talking
What's that?
about. It's no, I know, and this is what I joke about. I want you to please keep that notch, because I want you to take over here in a second. Just that it is kind of funny that some of us talk about this utopia, and that's what it's supposed to be, but we're all kind of coming back around, realizing that no matter what we do, it's there's going to have to be some effort put behind it. So it's kind of like a job now, and that just really cracked me up. Okay, please go.
Yeah, and yeah, I agree with that. And so I was just saying, like, in the Bible, they talk about how we should be as wise as serpents, right? But as innocent as doves. And I think this is kind of like the lessons that we are here to understand. Like, yeah, like, okay, our genetics been messed with. We're living much shorter lives than we used to. We probably live 400 years or even up to 1,000 years. Some giant version of us in the past, and what we are now. And so our souls are being recycled to create their paradigm, their reality. And I agree with you, Aaron, that they are kind of like out of touch of reality. That's kind of like going against God in the way I see it. But at the same time, we have to understand who they are and their tactics. If we don't wise up to how we are being manipulated, right, then we will not be able to escape their system. We will not be able to
That was
escape.
the basis of my site too. Like it goes along exactly with what you said, because they seem to use the same tactics. Like for the last 2,000 years, you can spot the same tactics every single war that has came about. Like it's absolutely crazy how easy it is to spot. And once people can see that pattern, it's I feel like it's easier to spot what they're up to and who's like what group is behind it and how much truth is behind it just by spotting those tactics. And that was what I was wanting to try to bring awareness through that anti-war site that I wanted to get started. And that's why I was wanting a think tank of people like everyone here, and to just all put in their 2 cents on what materials should go on it, or make videos of important messages that everyone should hear, as contributions. And I think this is just awesome. Being here today has given me new hope after starting to wonder, after every channel just about for the last couple of weeks debating on whether soul exists, and all these debates between atheists and theists and everything. It's just it kind of made me think that this is an impossible task, but we can take it beyond all this, beyond the spiritual, beyond everything, and unite in in peace. if we just make peace the focus, like I feel like that's the one common thing that unites every average person and separates us from them.
Yeah. How that is to be achieved, again, that's a very daunting task. And
Exactly.
I'm not saying that it can't be done, but again, like uh,
Let's do it.
all the wars have been manipulated in the past. Like we know
Exactly.
that. We know that they're the same organizations, same secret societies that were involved in creating these wars. But once the gears of war start, it's hard to stop. It's like a giant tanker. You can't just have it like turn left or right on a dime. It takes like a long time. It takes many miles for the tankers to start turning around. And these wars that we're experiencing now in the Middle East, they've already talked about it years and years ago already. Now it's starting to manifest, but they've been like plotting and moving all the pieces and plotting more and more, and then now they're like popping up, right? And then
Yeah, and
it's
you
like
can
these
see the
guys in the bed.
progression, like where it's going to go, because Iran just had declared war from what I saw in the chat here earlier. And then, like I was saying, I heard it from Adapt 2030, they're going to go after Iran through Hamas to, get to China's oil supply. And China's the biggest consumers of oil on the planet. And then from there, NATO's going to end up working their way to Russia, just a logical progression. And that's what they've been after for a long time. And I feel like if we can discredit NATO as a legitimate or an organization that has our interests at heart, then that would be a good first step.
Let's manifest them being exposed, because that's one thing.
There
As
you
soon
go.
as I was passing the TV, CNN, right? I'm listening to this bullshit narrative, and I go, expose it, expose all of these guys, just like make that happen. And that's, I think, part of this. Sorry, go ahead.
That's right. I just, the question that you posed me in regards to the community, I would like to follow that up with a question to you. Why do you feel there's a need to create a community, and why?
A blueprint at least, or try to help with that, because I heavily resonate with it takes a village. And sort of there's been histories of successful tribes, and it's not like we have to be full on tribal because there's antiquitech, but I'm just saying and I've done a lot of research on regenerative practices. I have now several people who have this knowledge that can help give a lot of information, or help even open up some other options from what I've looked into. But I feel like it's way easier than we've ever been told. I feel like it has a lot to do with how we structure. This is that whole, what are terraces for? Most likely for water irrigation and for growing plants in a successful way anywhere you want in the world, giving almost like a greenhouse setup. And then when they structured these designs, a lot of times it had its own heating and cooling. It had its own ventilation systems. And this is just like things that we can bring back where we don't need their stuff. And if we can do this now, and we can break away, because what's the best way to vote is with your money.
You need to get rid of money.
Why do you feel there's a need for it though? Why do you feel there's a need for it?
Because I don't feel like, for my whole life, I've never felt like this is how we're supposed to live.
All right, boom. Thank you for answering that question.
Yeah,
Thank you
for forcing me to direct.
look, I get in trouble for that. I ask
Not
these
here.
questions. I ask these questions on these streets, and I'm not I don't think that my question has been answered, and because I'm persistent, I get labeled. So I appreciate
So let me respond to that, because like I think what we're seeing now is kind of like, okay, they're doing, AI is taking over, biometric data is taking over, right? Centralized currency system, like the universal basic income, all this kind of stuff, like this a social credit system. They've already experimented in China, like about social credit system. They know how effective it is to control people. The
But Chinese
reality of the
are
matter is,
subservient a lot more in nature than like the rest of the world, from my understanding. Like they are more easily controlled in that area due to their history from fear. From that's just what I had heard from studies anyway. Sorry.
Well, no, that's okay. Like the East Asians are, you know, they have a different culture and a different mentality to things, right? They are, um, you know, like they're collective minded. You know, they're very homogenous compared to the West. There's a lot more mixture in the West compared to East Asia. But people in general, they tend to work very similarly. They all get thirsty, they all get hungry, they all need food, water, and shelter, and these are all points of control, right? So if you can control, you know, and it all equates to money at the end of the day. So if they can just shut your phone off, right, and then you won't be able to pay or get your move, you know, nobody will be able to take care of you. Like, no, you can't take the bus anywhere. You can't even leave the city. So you are stuck in the concrete jungle, and there's no ways to for you to take care of yourself. And this is why the need for a community is there. Is that you want to be self-sustaining because they already control most of the resources of the world, right? And so in these concrete jungles, you are but subservient to their system already, their laws, you know, their food, right? Their 5G radiation, you name it, their hospitals. Okay, you are a slave to it. Period. That's why there's a need for a breakaway civilization. Whether that's going to be successful or not, that's up to God and our will. But again, you have to take those chances. Fortune favors the bold.
The quantum user experience, like what I was calling basically internet version 2.0 earlier, is something that would support what you were talking about in a way that they have completely de-googled, unspyable version of Android, basically. One person in the world that they've had to find in the Philippines. And by the way, this whole project was funded by the American trucker strike. Like they put their life savings into this project. So it's not just Millennial Millie and her husband, you know, behind all of it. But there's a completely free speech version of YouTube that they call like portals instead of channels. That's already on a set-top box, and they are working on cell phones that piggyback off carrier satellites, but everything has a completely different encryption, which I suck at describing how it's set up. But AI wouldn't be able to crack it because it wouldn't understand the basis of it. And it's centralized, yes, as in you can only use devices to access that network that have been created by the Quantum User Experience company. However, like there's even something to put Amazon out of business that actually I need to get on there sometime today and basically test their currency, because it's going to be 1-for-1 with US dollar, and 2 banks have already agreed to join up with them to where basically the only name on these like debit cards that we'd be able to use would be the QUX CEO's name, basically. And you can go in and use these cards, and when you buy the boxes, they don't keep any of your identifying information whatsoever on there. And basically you can go into a store and completely anonymously buy things with a debit card, and they're 1-for-1 with the US dollar, and that's the way they will always be as long as the US dollar survives. And but they do have like the Quix token, and it's a whole thing to put all of big tech, big government, and big corporations like on their knees. They can't spy on us anymore unless you give permission explicitly. Like if you want to be funded by say a company approaches you personally on there and they want to put advertisements on your portal, and you would get paid directly from them, and QUX wouldn't be taking their cut. Or if you want to open a store on there, you'd only have to pay a small set percentage per transaction, and everything else. But like it basically
Did he cut out or is it me? Did he cut out?
Yeah, he cut out. I was about to say, I was like, crap, is my computer crashing?
I think
Uh,
we have to be very
and yeah,
careful with
sorry, real quick, Aaron, your mic shows it's on, but we can't hear you. Okay, go ahead, Notch.
yeah, we just have to be very mindful about this whole crypto stuff. And I mean, I've done crypto trading before, so I've made money and lost money with it. And but like the big picture is the centralization and their intention to and in my belief, like Bitcoin and a lot of other coins are actually made by NSA, CIA, whatever alphabet agencies, and it was a kind of a beta test,
Am
and a
I
lot
back?
of yeah. Go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Like in regard to their tokens and stuff, like it's something that it's not decentralized like cryptocurrency, because all cryptocurrency right now is heavily manipulated and it can be all taken offline with the flick of the switch. Like I said, the US government owns all the switch stations and pretty much every aspect of the infrastructure of the internet that we're all on right now. They
Oh
can
my!
the
Oh,
only the only way the only way that they can shut the entire thing down, though, is to destroy their entire infrastructure for emergency communication. So that's the only reason things like cryptocurrency have to be dealt with at the moment. But the quantum user experience, which you all can check out on your own time at qux.tv, they're going to make it eventually, so if enough people adopt it, that we won't have to be stuck on the backbone of the DARPA, US government emergency comm system, and we can have an alternative to that, and as well as keep them from spying on our phone calls, or having the ability to, by using the hardware phones that they're going to be testing the actual hardware part next year, early next year. And I'm a advanced pre-release tester for all this. That's the only reason I can speak on it like that.
was that last image those two women that you just showed, Esra? Was that Natasha and who were those two people that just flashed on your screen real quick? You know who I'm referring to? Yeah, right there. Okay, I
That's
thought that.
Dr. Catherine, and then this Nutricelli, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Look, I'm not gonna say what I was thinking, but no, it kind of spooked me a little bit because I was like,
Okay,
wow,
okay.
you know about those two people, but no, they're not who I thought that. She looks
Okay,
very
good.
similar to someone that I've been researching. But
Oh, okay,
okay.
cool. Yeah, this is, you guys hear me talk about the fascial release a lot, and what that does to the trauma in our bodies. And so I've been kind of flashing, like she posts this kind of cool little research stuff that you can look up, but just that it sort of just backs everything we talk about. That's why I like to show it.
Yeah, I haven't had many places to hit a link or a panel, so this one is definitely fire right here.
I really appreciate that. And same to the chat. Like, thank you guys. You're really kind words. Cherie saw that. That was really sweet. And I'm like really enjoying this. It's so funny because I'm like, oh, it's maybe I'll just have a couple people come in and we'll just watch the replay my video, and this has just turned into this like really in depth. And I'm glad it's recording right now. I do have to say, I'm gonna wrap it up here. Like in let's do about 15 minutes or so, because we're going on 5 hours now. Woo-hoo. And I am trying to kind of keep it like little bit less. Like I feel like 5 hours is good. Every once in a while maybe go longer. Like
Wow,
we
it's
did
been
that
that
one
long?
day with that multi-stream. It was like this interview I did with Dom McCoy, and it was 3 hours, and then it went into the stream with Bernie, and it was like went from alchemy, and then Notch came on, and then it went into all these other topics. And I know sometimes we jump, but it's like it's the depthness of it. Though again, I am going to be having this show where we are going to get into the specifics of what we're talking about now with community breakdowns, just functionality, the possibilities of things working. And like I'm going to be actually in real time doing documentation, so you can see the work. We can do diagrams, we can do I can show you guys budget layouts, like what that looks like, so we can actually do like real in time, like I can show you like the legal paperwork, what it takes to do with the PMA, what that looks like. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Well, in real time, we can talk it out, edit it as we go, even, and then do research where we're like replaying information about people who've already done this, or where things were issues, and all that kind of stuff. So everyone's invited to that, of course. Oh, 1 second.
Yeah, I definitely want to mirror the stream.
You are very welcome. And also the other thing is I'm working on free content for all of you guys. So McCoy, like, you want background video stuff, you want to just have video footage of nature. I have a lot of it that I've gone out and taken myself. So this is stuff you guys, can use. And I can make some custom stuff too. So.
And if you need added like Hollywood level special effects, I've paid for a lot of it and can add that to things too.
Yeah, like for some of the logo stuff, I can also see I would really like that, because there's just like sometimes a few things that are missing when I do that I'd like to have that ability every once in a while.
You up with all the like Marvel special effects and everything else that I have.
Okay, awesome. See, with our powers combined, so we can make it look appealing. But I want to get down to the nitty gritty with the structure of the community concept, and like getting into like what am I talking about when I talk about the regenerative stuff? What's that look like?
You've changed my life, like in how I think about things, how they could be in the future with humanity by going into detail with that stuff in the past. And I am still hyped about it.
That's awesome. I'm so glad it brought you guys all together today. This was really cool. And McCoy, I'd really like to have you back, but also interview, if we can set that up. I'm going to be trying to do those on Sundays, and we got plenty of time to do it, because right now we got Aaron, and Notch is going to be next, and I think we're going to try to do the Sunday the 12th for me and Monday for him.
My birthday's the 13th.
I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, nice. Me too. I gotta get working on your questions, because I decided I wanted to try to do some really good research on questions. And if anybody's got a question they feel like would be a good one for an interview, you can post that. Definitely consider it.
So, like, it's gonna be, well, would you say like, would it be like more like just kind of like a about my journey, or is there a topic that you want to kind of
we're
dive
gonna
into?
start. Sorry, definitely gonna want to get into your journey, who you are. So I have a few questions like that, but then we start to get into the more metaphysical stuff. So like I'm going to ask you like the deeper questions about what you believe in. And some of this we know, but that's why, like, when I was just thinking about it, like, I want to come up with some that we maybe haven't, some subjects we haven't quite touched on. Maybe we've dabbled a little bit, but maybe a little bit deeper stuff. So, but I'm going to prepare you. Remember, you're going to get to see it ahead of time. So if you're like, I don't want to do that, you can just tell me. Okay.
Oh no, I'm pretty open.
I know.
I'm pretty open about stuff. Yeah. And yeah, like this conversation about community is definitely going to be of interest for both of us though too. So I also want to prepare for that whenever you're going to have that conversation, because I've already actually kind of wrote something out that I sent to Rose some time ago about my thoughts of creating a kind of a community and what is kind of required for that. I have to go find that. Actually, it might be somewhere. I have to find that file.
I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just.
And if you have other examples, sorry, Notch, please, because so for all of you, and like McCoy, if you've got any information you want to bring, I already know Aaron has something, but I'd really appreciate that, because this is what I'm getting. I want to get some examples and then start dissecting, right?
Yeah, that's difficult for me because like I don't have any like direct examples. Like there is like a kind of like an international community, for example, down in southern India. It's called Aurobindo community, and it began with this saintly guy who was Aurobindo, but like from some of the reports I've heard, it's gotten a little bit corrupt over the years. I don't know exactly what's wrong with it, so I didn't really go, and I was thinking to live there and see what's going on. And actually, I got a message from them because I used to do YouTube videos, and I used to have a bunch of stuff before, and somebody saw me, and we ended up talking on Skype and stuff. This lady from Belgium, and she's part of the community. She's like one of the inner circles there. And she was like, "Oh, like you have good presentation, and we need somebody like a spokesperson to advertise for the community." I'm like, "Wow, that's kind of interesting." But when I was talking to some other friends about, what's going on over there, it didn't seem like it was very good. There's something going on behind the scenes and stuff that is a little bit, not
See, and
great,
like,
and I didn't really
can
want
we
to
look
get,
at
yeah.
how they structure? Can we look at like how do they structure their hierarchy setup? Or like their overseers. I don't know how you want to word it, but like how do they have their law or their rules set up? Because like that's what I'm getting at. Like I want to see, do what we're talking about. Is it different? Is it the same? Can we come up with
See, it's
different
very
ideas?
difficult.
I know.
Yeah, the difficulty is that in order to really know what's going on, you have to be part of the inner circle to know what's going on. Because like as an outsider, or even people who actually live there, they're just on the ground level. They don't really know how the structure is concerned. But like from some of the people I've spoken to, basically there's one guy who's the main guy. He's the son of the saint or whatever, and then he's like basically the dictator of the operation, and everybody else is either you're going to support him or you're not, kind of deal. So I mean, and this is kind of the problem with any kind of like the top down structure is the corruption you have to like actually work through. So like the philosopher king is very much needed, like because like the philosopher king, the idea of the Plato's idea of philosopher king is that he is incorruptible. It's like Marcus Aurelius. Everybody knows about Marcus Aurelius. You need that kind of individual. Otherwise, if you have a group of people, there's always going to be politics involved. Even four of us together, it's hard to like speak about a topic extensively sometimes because we go into different tangents. But when you have to actually do logistic work and actually come down to like, hey, what is priority, what is important, and how are we going to do it, that's going to be like, that's serious, like that has to be worked out. Without doing that, nothing's going to be able to happen.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I want to bring this to the forefront, start working it out.
Yeah, we just have to talk. We just have to talk and go through different like lines of thought, and then see,
Yeah.
and then use your imagination to see what could it be the possibility, and what is the advantages and the disadvantages. Just throw everything out there and see what sticks.
Yeah. And I think that we should bring Benton on because he's very like observant to that concept and he has his very strong opinions about it. So I want him to be like, throw it at us.
Who did you say?
Benton.
Oh, I have a friend named Batten, like Battin. I was
Funny.
confused for a second.
Funny.
He's a content creator in these streets. And not that anybody here is a fan of Paul or not, but like Paul obviously has talked about it, and he also wants to get land and work with people, and he wants to create his own unslavia, right? And
Yeah.
We're talking about the
I'm
British
in good.
blonde guy, right?
What's that?
The British blonde guy?
No,
No.
that's not him.
Okay.
That's not who he's talking about. It's this guy. I'll send it to you. He calls himself Pimp Unslaved or Paul Unslaved,
Okay.
and he's like kind of. This all kind of stems off of Chalk Buddy Outline. I actually don't know if Paul's ever even been on there, but it's like all these people
They
that
know each other.
Yeah, yeah. They're all kind of connected.
Groovy.
Well, I
Well,
mean, there's a
Aaron's new to this side of YouTube. Welcome.
yeah, it's a doozy. You know, there's a lot of strong characters in these streets, and some of them they don't play with each other very well. You know, so you know
Yeah,
it
it's
is what it
interesting.
is when you have strong characters who are rubbing shoulders with each other. But anyways,
I did have a quick question. I appreciate once again. Thank you, Asra, for allowing me to be a part of this live stream. This has been great all day. I got a lot done, but at the same time, my mind was stimulated throughout.
Awesome.
I did have a question for Notch. Is there a particular area or endeavor right now that is at the forefront of your mind that you know that has your mind like a math problem trying to figure it out?
I mean, I used to be very heavily obsessed with Mandela effect until recently. I've been just going at it for like a couple of years, and just trying to wrap my mind around it. But now I'm glad that I'm like, okay, I've come to a point where I'm okay with it, and I can just kind of put that aside because I do have these kind of obsessive tendencies where like if I need to learn an information or something, I just like have to like dig. I'm not satisfied with myself until I like find the information I'm looking for. But these days, I'm thinking about how I can incorporate the information I have and be able to convey that to the public that is palatable. You know, so like if I need to simplify some things, then I want to do that. If I need to, clarify some things, that I want to do that because like really the most important thing for me is that it all of this all that we're experiencing now is it is spirituality to me, like all roads lead to spirituality. Okay. And so like to me, where I am now, like I need to work on myself though too, need to work on my mind, work on my body, work on my emotions, and do the meditation thing, and then also how I present myself to the public. This is of interest to me, and all the other stuff like conspiracy theories and stuff like that, the rabbit holes, yes, it's constant. Like one lifetime is really not enough to go through all the stuff that is really available out there. Really, it's not.
Yeah, I don't want to hold Esra much longer because she extended it long enough in the sense that when she first told me a half hour, I think now it's been almost an hour. And then so now
No,
thank you
it's
all.
been more. So thanks a lot. Like you
Yeah.
totally ruined my day. What the heck?
So, no, thank you very
Seriously,
much.
super happy you popped on, McCoy. I've been wanting you to pop on because
Yeah,
and yeah.
this was great. I feel
We'll
strong.
meet again. Yeah, we will meet again. Like yeah,
Uh-huh.
everything we talked about. Just keep that in the mind, and keep it in our heart. And we have very good intentions here. The energy is good. Esra is doing great, and we're gonna build her channel up.
Okay.
We're gonna bring some traffic in here. And it's about quality,
But
people. It's
I'm gonna
always about quality over quantity.
yes, and I'm gonna that's what I mean. I'm gonna share the wealth because as you guys know, it's not about the numbers for me, it's all about the community in whatever format that comes in, in the different because there's probably multiple different kinds of communities in my life, if that makes sense. Like the one I'm gonna have in real life, the one I have here, that kind of a thing.
You seem to be able to adapt very well and see where what you have to
Sorry.
offer. You always everywhere you go, you offer something, and a lot of people recognizes that about you. You seem to be you build bridges. There's a lot of us who burn them, but you seem to want to build them, and I've recognized that about you. You came to my spot, and like I said, you brought a lot to it, and you left an impact on me, and I've been hooked ever since. So that's why I'm here, and I appreciate you. So thank you. I'm not going to be the reason why you stay any much longer. So I'm going to salute everyone in the chat. Appreciate you all for even listening to what I had to say. Thank you, Aaron and Nachi for hearing me through, hearing me out, and Esra, as always, thank you for opening up your place for great minds to percolate, as they say. So appreciate you all. And look, I'm telling y'all, every time I've been hitting these panels, my phone, I get like 10 spam messages all of a sudden. So I know what's up. I know what time it is. But appreciate y'all. Thank you all for hearing me through. But I'm gonna leave you now, so you can't put it on me. All right. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, for real. I appreciate everyone here.
Awesome.
Like, this has been the best conversation I've participated in probably a year or two, maybe, if not longer.
And salute to Not Know. My bad, Not Know. Appreciate you, man. That's one of my biggest supporters from day one. He just Not Know just encourages me and appreciates me and values me. And so I thank him every opportunity I get. And Sunshine Time, good to meet you, all of you all. Sherry and
Yeah.
Nolani, Aaron. Oh, that's you on the panel. TW. Jack's dreaming. Peace to you all.
Yeah.
Thank you all. And TW, everyone who came through. All right, Esra, I'm gone. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Okay, get out of here. Just kidding.
Yeah,
All
I've
right.
subbed
Later,
to-
everybody.
I've
Really
subbed to
appreciate
everyone
you
I've
not-
seen so far, and yeah, sorry, I'm bad at interrupting.
Oh no, Aaron. Please go ahead.
Oh, I was just thanking everyone. I didn't know if this was like officially ending or what's up.
Yeah, let's call it. But
Yeah.
when you say officially ending, there's absolutely no way. We have so much work to do. Let's go, guys.
Yeah,
Choo choo,
never.
motherfucker.
All right.
You have a good one, Sarah and Aaron. Pleasure meeting you. And then we'll talk soon, everybody. All right.
Likewise.
Bye for
Sounds
now.
great.
Awesome.
Peace.
Thanks, guys.
Hit me up later,
So
Sarah.
cool. Yeah, definitely. He knows he's good for it. We got a lot of work to do, like we said, guys. All right, let's close it out with one of my hiking videos. Much love, everyone.